Well, good morning, Bill.
Good morning.
I invited you, so I got picked to introduce you. um, Senator Bill Wielechowski is now my senator from my district after redistricting a little while ago, and but even before that happened, he's been one of the most bipartisan players in the Senate. And I just wanted to mention that his sponsorship of Senate Bill 161, and I don't even remember what session that was in, what year that was in. Maybe Bill can help us out with that. But that is the one that got it to the point where instead of having a moving target every 2 years about how many registrations we needed to have to be a major political party, now it's 5,000 registrations, and we are a major political party in Alaska. And perhaps, yay! And we want to thank you, Senator Bill Wielechowski, for doing that. And also, perhaps you can talk to us about what that means in terms of multi-partisanship, how that works with ranked choice voting. How is that going to work in our coming presidential election? And things that we all have questions about, and you probably have the answers or can tell us where the answers are. So please go ahead. We are very proud to invite you to our convention this year.
Well, thank you so much. It was great to work with you all. It was 2022 when we got that bill passed, and I know I had members from the Libertarian Party come to me over the years. Scott Kohlhaas was a constituent of mine, and happy to work with him and you, Care. So that bill, yeah, as you mentioned, simplified the process for political parties to gain official recognition. And like you said, the way it used to be, it was set on a percentage basis. Previously, you had to have registered voters equal to at least 3% of the total votes cast for governor, U.S. Senator, House of Reps. But those numbers would change every election cycle, and you'd get more people vote in presidential years and less people vote in midterm years. And so it could really vary wildly as the voter turnout fluctuated during that time. And so this one set a basic threshold of 5,000 voters, 5,000 registered voters. And it's adjusted for population change after every 10 years, and it rounded to the next 500. But I don't expect it will fluctuate very much, and I don't think you'll have very much of a problem reaching that threshold if it does change. But it just makes access for different political parties a whole lot easier and a lot more predictable, and so yeah, we were very happy to do that. I think just looking at the numbers, I think the Libertarian Party was the only new party that actually made that, but it certainly is open to other parties that that grow in numbers. And so, uh, with ranked choice voting, things have changed pretty dramatically, and the impacts of political parties are maybe not quite as significant. But the fact that you're a recognized party means for your presidential candidates that if there is whoever the Libertarian Party is will automatically be recognized, and you won't have to go out and hold petitions and get signatures. They will automatically be on the ballot, and and so. We'll see where ranked choice voting goes. That's up for the voters to decide this election cycle. Um, and so that's on Senate Bill 161, and happy to work with you all to get that done. There's there's a lot of other issues going on in Juneau, and I guess maybe we can take. I'll just take a moment and talk a little bit about those since Kara said I had about 15 minutes. And I guess, the biggest issue that we've been grappling with is the fiscal issues, and how are we going to go forward as a state and be able to plow our roads and keep our courts open, and we've got a constitutional obligation to fund education. public safety, of course. And so, for when Alaska became a state, we had no revenue, and the federal government recognized that and recognized that we couldn't sustain ourselves. They recognized that we could not tax ourselves to be able to sustain ourselves ever. There, you couldn't have an income tax big enough. You couldn't have a sales tax big enough to do that. And so we became the only state in the country to get to own the subsurface rights. It was a pretty radical thing that the federal government gave us those subsurface rights, and in our Constitution, as you know, we continue to have the subsurface rights, and that's enabled us to not have any taxes. Well, not have any income tax, not have any sales tax. Is the only country in the state in that situation, and also be able to pay a permanent fund dividend check. And so I know a plank on the Libertarian Party is to not support taxes, and we're very fortunate in that we haven't needed those. But I'll just tell you sort of where we're headed as a state, um, because in 2012 we actually had a $16 billion surplus. We had a huge savings account in our constitutional budget reserve, and we were paying out a full dividend, and that all changed. And I think it's fair to ask what happened to change that. And again, I know that you libertarians don't support taxes. Kara wrote me a note and said I could talk about other things, but on the bottom said taxation is theft. And so I guess I would just maybe suggest that you look at oil a little bit differently, and oil is how we recover our resource wealth, and you can do it through royalties, you can do it through corporate income taxes, you can do it through severance taxes, but here's where we're at. We went from $16 billion in savings, paying a full PFD, paying actually an extra a supplemental PFD back in, I think, 2010 when Sarah Palin was governor, to a situation now where our savings are gone. We have about $1 billion in savings now, and we need to have, that's the bare minimum, because we have to be prepared for emergency situations and daily transfers when maybe oil revenue isn't quite as high as we expected. So our savings are gone. The dividend in 2016 was cut, as you all know. I filed a lawsuit with Clem Tillion and Rick Halford over that, and unfortunately, the Supreme Court ruled against us. And so now the dividend's been getting cut every year, and it's very likely that the dividend is going to be gone in the next 5 to 10 years when the stock market dips or when oil prices dip. And so how are we in this situation? And I would submit to you all that this all started in 2013 when the state massively cut oil taxes and decided to start giving out billions of dollars in tax breaks and tax credits to the oil industry. And it's probably a misnomer to call them taxes, because again, this is how we recover our resource wealth. When you look at other countries around the world, you look at Russia, for example, Vladimir Putin, a 90% oil tax rate. You look at Libya, Muammar Gaddafi, 90% tax rate before he was taken out. You look at Iraq, they charge 99% for their oil. They're recapturing 99% of the wealth. You look at Venezuela, Hugo Chavez raised the taxes there, the oil wealth, 90% they were recovering. Bolivia, 90%. And in Alaska, we're getting about 16.5% of the value for our oil. And that's down from about 25, 27% of the value of our oil. And you can all remember Jay Hammond said a fair split would be a third for the federal government, a third for the state, and a third for the oil industry. And we were getting around 25, 27% historically. We're now down to around 15 to maybe 20%. And so this is what's causing the financial problems in our state. This is what's causing the inability to pay a dividend, is the fact that this year alone, we're giving out $1 billion in tax credits to the oil industry. Hillcorp came into our state. It's owned by a Texas billionaire, and he doesn't pay any corporate income taxes. The only player on the North Slope not paying any corporate income taxes. That's costing us another $175 million. And then you've got the Willow Project, which is something that we all supported and pushed for. But the Willow Project, because of our tax structure, they're on federal land, they're an NPRA. They don't, uh, uh, they're actually writing off the cost of that against their Alaskan production taxes, ConocoPhillips is. And so the impact of the Willow Project is costing the state of Alaska $600 million. And so you add those together, you got $1 billion in tax credits, you got $600 million in losses from the Willow Project, which, by the way, we never get back because that's on federal land and we don't get any royalties for that. And we'll get virtually no production taxes going forward on that. And then you add on the corporate income tax loophole. So you're talking 1.7, $1.8 billion that the state is losing. Now, how much would it cost us to pay a full dividend this year? It would cost us about another $1 billion. And so you could, if we were just simply getting what we used to get for our oil, we'd have more than enough to pay a full dividend. We'd have more than enough to plow our streets. We'd have more than enough to fund our court systems, our public safety, to fund education, not have these battles every year. And so I would suggest to you that again, I know you don't support taxes, but maybe change the framing on this. And we've maybe done a really bad job of framing this issue. This is not taxes like you'd think of an income tax or sales tax. This is capturing the value of our wealth. It's as simple as saying, if someone has a product, you sell apples, for example. Why would you sell your apples for a fraction of the price that somebody else sells their apples for? And to make matters worse, because I know you believe in free market principles, look what's happening in Cook Inlet. We're on the verge of running out of gas because Hillcorp has a monopoly position on gas in Cook Inlet, and they are refusing to drill for gas in Cook Inlet. They're refusing to sell gas. And so what's going to happen to natural gas prices is they're going to go from $8 to probably $16 in the next couple of years to probably $20 or more in the next few years after that. Keep in mind, gas prices in Cook Inlet used to be $2. We used to have the lowest natural gas prices in North America. We now have the highest, and they're set to double again in the next few years because Hillcorp, which is getting billions of dollars in subsidies from the state of Alaska, refuses to follow the obligations of their leases and explore and develop and produce natural gas. So my 15 minutes, my 14 minutes are up. I'm not sure if there are questions or how you want to do this, but I do appreciate the time, the opportunity to speak with you. This is a huge, huge issue. This is the future of our state. This is how we're going to fund our state. You're going to see coming down the pipe all sorts of proposals for taxes, all sorts of proposals to take away our dividend even more. These are big, big issues, and I know you care about the future of our state, and I hope you'll consider maybe weighing in on some of these issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Am I on? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. And I think we have time for one or two more questions. Let me ask, is our next speaker up yet? Oh, hi. Okay. Can we take a few questions from Senator Will? Yes. So does anybody have any ideas that you'd like to give Bill Wilikowski that we can ask him about? Is it just totally the fact that we're talking about corporate taxes, or that we're talking about tax write-offs? Is that what we're looking at here? That seems to be the problem.
it's tax credits there. So that there's this thing called a per barrel tax credit. You know, the oil industry in 2013 said, hey, if you give us all these tax credits and subsidies and tax breaks and write-offs, we're going to produce more oil, we're going to produce more jobs, we're going to create more revenue to the state, and we're going to grow the dividend. I have the flyers. You all remember the signs. You all remember the $30 million in advertising they spent to tell us all that twice. They did it in 2014, and they did it again a couple of years ago when we tried to overturn, do an initiative again to fix the oil taxes. And so how have we done? Well, in 2013, we had 15,600 jobs on the North Slope. We now have got half that. We've now got less than 7,000 jobs on the North Slope. They promised us 1 million barrels a day. I've got the press release from Governor Parnell at the time. 1 million barrels a day, right? We've now got less than 500,000 barrels a day. They promised us more revenue to the state. We've got billions of dollars in losses every year. They promised us all sorts of things. Of course, the dividend. They promised us a growing PFD, and the dividend's been cut by 3/4. And so everything they've told us, the opposite has happened. And so, Alaskans keep falling for it. And it's like, Lucy pulling away the football from Charlie Brown. And we keep thinking, oh, we're going to give them these tax breaks and tax credits and everything's going to be great. And it's decimating our state. And it's going to lead to income taxes. It's going to lead to sales taxes. It's going to lead to, it's already led to cuts in the dividend, because that's sort of the only place they can go. That's, the state needs funding to keep. We've got a constitutional obligation to run our schools. We've got a constitutional obligation to provide public safety. And are there cuts that we can find? Absolutely. I mean, we should continue to find cuts. And you've got Governor Dunleavy, and he tried to do some cuts a few years ago, and that didn't go very well. And you've got a Republican House, and they've there's been very little cuts coming from them. And so, should we find cuts? We absolutely. But I don't think you're going to cut your way out of this situation. But if you just followed our constitutional obligation to get the maximum value for our resources, I think you can get us out of this situation.
Can we call? Yes, come on up, Drew.
Senator, thank you for your time. Oil that is developed on federal land eventually crosses state land and state waters. Is that not an opportunity to put the noose around their neck for tax obligations? Thank you.
So it depends. If oil comes from certain parts of this federal lands, like ANWR, for example, we get 50% of the royalties that the feds get. If it comes from NPRA, we get 0%, and that's where Willow is coming from. So we get zero on that. As it crosses into state land, we are able to get production taxes. However, the way our tax structure is currently, we get they're able to write off all their expenses. So Willow this past year cost $1.6 billion they spent. And this is great, right? We want more oil production and we want more development. But the problem is we're financing 35% of it. So that's costing us $600 million right there. And so every year for the next 5 years that Willow's in production, every dollar they spend, the state of Alaska is picking up 35% of that. Now, once it comes into state land, it does have a minor impact on the tariff of the oil tariff, and so that helps us out a little bit. That's peanuts. That's nothing. If you want to, we could change our tax structure and say, hey, if we don't get any royalties for like a Willow project, then you don't get tax write-offs on that. And actually, it's interesting to look at Pica. Pica is being developed right next to Willow, except it's on state land. It's being developed by a company called Santos. They don't have any production, and so the state of Alaska is not picking up any of that right now. And so Conoco could, we could very easily capture $600 million, quite frankly, which is another almost $1,000 for a dividend for every man, woman, and child in the state of Alaska. And if we just simply closed off that loophole and said, no, if you don't pay a royalty to the state of Alaska, you don't get tax breaks. You don't get subsidies. The state's not going to subsidize your development, which is exactly what we're doing with Willow. And so, I mean, think of it this way. With the Willow project, every man, woman, and child in the state of Alaska is subsidizing that project to the tune of $900 to $1,000 every year for the next 5 years, and we get nothing out of it. Okay, the oil tax credits at Prudhoe Bay and the rest of the North Slope, another $1,000 every man, woman, and child is subsidizing, and we get nothing out of that. And so I don't think people in Alaska realize this. I don't think people in Alaska have put this together and understand how this is impacting their dividend and how this is impacting what's going to happen in the next few years, which is very likely taxes.
Listener, question about the Hillcorp monopoly on gas.
Yeah.
On gas production in Cook Inlet. Is that a legal monopoly that they have? And if so, who's granting that? And why can't we have another company come in potentially?
Yeah. Well, what happened was Hillcorp came to the state. Hillcorp has been in Cook Inlet for a number of years. About a decade ago, when Sean Parnell was governor and Dan Sullivan was our attorney general, who's now our United States senator, Hillcorp came in and wanted to acquire virtually all of the assets in Cook Inlet. And the Federal Trade Commission came in and said, wait a second, we're concerned about this. They opened up a docket and they said, this is creating a monopoly. And on a vital resource like natural gas in Alaska, this is a very dangerous situation, a very precarious situation for the state to be in, because you are in a position where you control this vital resource, which is literally the life and death resource for Alaskans, for people's heat and for our economic prosperity, and they were going to block it. And Dan Sullivan, our now U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan, who was Attorney General, negotiated a consent decree with Hillcorp, which allowed them to assume this monopoly position. However, they under that consent decree, Hillcorp agreed that they would continue to produce and develop and explore for oil in Cook Inlet. Okay, and so what happened? And that consent decree is still valid until the end of this year. What happened was about a year and a half ago, Hillcorp went to the utilities in the rail belt, HEA, Golden Valley, MEA, Chugach Electric, and NSTAR, and said, whose contracts are expiring, by the way, every year, portions of their gas contracts in Cook Inlet are expiring. And they said, we're not going to sell you any more gas out of Cook Inlet. Hillcorp has not been doing the exploration that they're required to do. They're not been doing the development they're required to be doing. And so last year, all the utilities wrote a letter to the Attorney General and said, hey, they're not following the terms of their consent decree because they're not producing gas, they're not developing gas, they're not exploring for gas, and they're not selling us gas like they're legally obligated to do. The Attorney General never even responded to that letter. I wrote 2 letters to the Attorney General myself and said, Hillcorp has a monopoly position. There is no free market. This is the problem in Cook Inlet. There is no free market in Cook Inlet because Hillcorp controls 90% of the gas there. And so because we've granted them this monopoly position, they legally obligated to produce that gas. The Attorney General blew it off. He never responded to me for about 6 months. And then finally, I started going to the press and talking about it on the record in the Senate Resources Committee. And finally, he responded and basically said, oh, there's nothing wrong. There's no problem at all. And so you have an Attorney General that's complicit in this situation. And by the way, we're on the verge of having to import natural gas into Cook Inlet, which is outrageous. That's going to increase your costs from $8 to between $20 and $25 per 1,000 cubic feet. That's going to potentially quadruple your heating bill. It's going to potentially double, triple, quadruple your electric bill over the next decade. And by the way, does anybody know how much gas there is in Cook Inlet? There's 19 trillion cubic feet of gas in Cook Inlet. To put that in perspective, since statehood, 60 plus years of statehood, we've used about 8 trillion cubic feet. So we estimate there's at least 100 to possibly 200 year supply of gas in Cook Inlet. We have a producer that controls 90% of it, that's sitting on it and doing nothing. And by the way, we know that the cost to produce that natural gas is about $2.50, and they're selling it for 8 right now. So they're making a 300% profit. This is corporate greed, pure and simple. And I know the Libertarian Party supports free markets, and I support free markets. We don't have a free market in Cook Inlet. We have a state granted, a federally granted monopoly for a company owned by a Texas billionaire that we're giving billions of dollars in subsidies to, that is refusing to sell gas that they're legally required to.
Thank you so much for coming and talking to us today. And I think everybody in this room has learned something, that we really, really are putting our faith in people like you to get us out of this pickle. And just because we have a phobia about the word tax, and here I'm hearing about all the tax write-offs, all the per barrel tax incentives that they're giving, that we're giving away, and really it all revolves around that word, tax. Yeah. So I think we are all on the same page here. We need to get a free market going with the natural gas. We need to understand that we're not, taxes are not the way to make the money because they're problematic. And if all the resources underneath the ground in Alaska are our resources as a state, then even the in-ground stuff under the federal lands is part of that state. So I think that there is a lot we can do here to make things work out better. And absolutely. So thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for giving us the extra 10, 15 minutes that you did. And we need to go on to our next guest. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for saving us money petitioning to get our presidential candidate on the ballot this year.
Absolutely.
This will be awesome. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, that would be great. Hey, Scott, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, although I think I just messed up the thing and I'm going to make it fall over here. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm ready. If you guys are ready, so I'll do introductions. Hello, everyone. My name is Julie Lucky, and I work the Executive Director for Alaskans for Better Elections. The Alaskans for Better Elections was the ballot group in 2019 and 2020 that worked on ballot measure 2, which put the election system that we have in place now, which is open primaries and ranked choice voting in place. I'll be very clear, I was not involved in the campaign, so I will not be able to answer any questions about that, but I did come on after a brief stint with the redistricting board where I met Kier, working on behalf of the public for that effort to do voter education leading up to the 2022 election, which was the first one that used the new system. And I'm the executive director now, and we're working to keep the system in place, advocating for that. And we also have Scott Kendall, who was involved in the effort and is our counsel and has information about things that are going on, current events. So if there's any questions about that, he can answer. I am really not a presentation person, but I like to put stuff in front of people. So I do have this presentation that I can go through quickly, and I am more of a discussion person, and I feel like people that come in, come to these conventions probably are as well. So I'll just run through this really quick, and then Scott can give a few notes and then open it up to any questions or discussions that you guys would like to entertain. So as I said, Alaskans for Better Elections are working right now to advocate keeping open primaries and ranked choice voting in place. So I'm sure that everybody here took place in the elections, but just a brief primer on what changed in 2022. So we went to the nonpartisan open primary, which means that all candidates are on the same ballot, all voters get the same ballot for whatever district that it is, which means that everybody gets to vote for anybody they want. The top 4 vote getters, regardless of party, would then move on to the general election. Of course, if there's fewer than 4 people on the primary, then you'll end up with the same number of choices, because if there's 2, then there would be 2 on the general election. The second step of the process is the ranked choice voting general election, where voters rank all candidates in order of preference, or if you only have preference for one, you can just rank your first one and not rank the rest of them. If a candidate receives a majority, which is 50% plus 1 vote of first choice votes, then they win outright, and they don't even look at the second choice votes or the tabulation. However, if no candidate gets a majority of votes in first choice votes, then the person with the least amount of votes is eliminated, and then any rankings for that candidate move directly to to your second choice candidate, and so on. The process would continue until 2 candidates are left, and then the one with the most votes at that point wins. So benefits of the system that I thought your group would be interested in is that public dollars are not being spent on elections that are not open to all citizens. So for those of us that have been voting here for a while, you might remember 20 some years ago, was it? We had an open primary where we could vote for whoever we wanted. The way the results were tabulated were different. And then we went to, I believe it was 6 ballots where you had to choose. And for nonpartisans like me, that was very restricting, because sometimes I might like somebody at the top of the ticket or someone at the bottom of the ticket that were different parties. And so I felt like I had to choose a ballot, that maybe had the people that I liked the best, or maybe had the most competition, but I wasn't able to vote for everybody I wanted to. And so that's one of the benefits of the system, is we're not spending public dollars on elections that are not open to all citizens. Everybody gets to vote for whoever they want in that primary. Just a little bit of math, 63% of voters in Alaska are not affiliated with one of the 2 major parties. So that includes Libertarians as well as nonpartisans like me, and the undeclared folks that don't want to affiliate with any party. A unified ballot puts all those candidates on the same playing field with every voter. So, as I said before, voters don't have to choose a ballot and limit their choices. It gives us maximum freedom to choose from all candidates, and then the most competitive candidates advance under this system, which respects the voters' will. There's a little graph. As you know, we did our first election in 2022. There's some data that was done on that, and the graph just shows that more than half of Alaska primary voters chose not to vote along party lines. So they voted for different parties within the ticket, which is the great part about having that unified ballot. Benefits of the system for ranked choice voting general elections is that the winning candidate has to appeal to a broad group of voters. So they're going to have to get to that 50% plus 1 to win outright, or at least get some of those second place votes if they don't get that outright 50% plus 1. Ranking allows voters to express their opinion of every candidate. It does not require it, though, and I do want to be very clear about that. There is no requirement that you have to rank every voter in order for your ballot to count. If you only like one person, that's your preference. I only like this person, everybody else is the same to me. That is what you're communicating with your ballot when you vote for one. But it does allow people that maybe you like 2 or 3 people in an order to express your preference of those candidates. And there's no vote splitting or spoiler candidates. So voters can vote with their heart without fear of helping elect the candidate they support least. So I'm sure as a third party, right, just as with nonpartisans, we have heard these things where someone says, you're just wasting your vote because your candidate has no chance of winning. Or, you know, if you vote for candidate X, then what you're actually doing is voting for candidate C, and that's the one you hate the most because you're not voting for my favorite candidate, candidate A. So I've heard that a lot as a nonpartisan. I'm sure that's something that as a, you know, not having a candidate in every race, you have also heard, like, don't split that vote, don't throw away your vote. Yes. And so the great thing about ranked choice voting is, as I like to say it, you can vote with your heart, because you can cast your first choice vote for that candidate you like the most, that aligns with those values. But then you can also say, but if my candidate isn't the choice of enough people to proceed, then I'm going to say my second choice would be this person, maybe my third choice would be this person, and so on, right? So what I like is there's no more voting for the person. I don't have to say, well, my guy doesn't have a chance, because frankly, maybe my guy would have a chance if everybody else wasn't saying your guy doesn't have a chance and you should vote for my guy first. So this allows us to say, I like this guy. I'm going to vote for this guy first. And maybe, just maybe, there's enough of us that have been kind of bullied into taking our second choice because they're more competitive, right, that we can get our first choice on that ballot. So that's what I'm hopeful for, right, as we move forward with the system. One of the things we often hear as Alaskans, it was very confusing for people. People don't understand ranked choice voting. It is an extra step. I mean, let's all admit, like, ranking people is different from bubbling in one circle, right? But what was demonstrated in 2022 is that Alaskans really do understand ranked choice voting. As you might remember, we did have an unexpected death, which meant we had 2 elections happening on the same ballot. Our first ranked choice voting was literally on the same piece of paper as a regularly scheduled primary. So you had a primary on one side, first ranked choice voting on the other side, candidates of the same name in both elections, and yet less than 0.2% of ballots were incorrect. I believe it was less than 350 ballots had overvotes out of thousands of ballots. So we saw a lot of people being able to rank, to vote properly. We also saw a lot of people ranking their choices. So 73% of Alaskans ranked at least 2 candidates. So you saw them not only filling in one bubble correctly, but being able to use that ranking. We did some exit polling, and it showed that 95% of respondents had received instructions on ranked choice voting before the ballot. 85% said it was simple, and 62% supported that open primary. So that was about our exit polling for the August election. We saw that trend continue into the November election. As folks know that watch elections, November elections have a lot more people turning out. It's a lot. You can have a lot of people that maybe only vote every 2 years, every 4 years, so maybe some less informed voters will also be voting in that November election. But we saw very similar statistics where we had 99% of ballots filled out correctly on average, because you have to average, there's so many different races. There were so many races on the ballot in 2022. And that's pretty much on par with traditional single choice elections. There's always people that accidentally fill out their ballots wrong, but we are seeing less than a 1% error rate where people accidentally filled in 2 or 3 candidates. After some data was crunched, multiple races and data points showed that voters had a good understanding of ranked choice voting. So, and this is saying, like, ranking 1, 2, 3, bubbling in things might be easy, but did they really understand how they were using that voter power? And what we saw was that they were, because voters are more likely to rank if it was competitive. If there was no, like, surefire, this person's going to win, when the first 2 candidates were pretty close, you saw a lot of ranking. So people saying, oh, my vote's going to count, so I'm going to rank. You saw in races with multiple candidates, obviously you can't really rank. I don't know why I put that one in there. And also when their first choice wasn't the front runner. So a lot of, when you saw the polling and they said this person is probably going to win, people that voted for someone else were more likely to rank. So they were saying, oh, my first choice might not make it, so I'm going to, express my preference on second and third choices. We have another little graph. So this is our November exit polling, just showing how many people said if it was simple or difficult to fill out their ranked choice voting ballot. So what I will say about the simplicity of voting is, it is a change. People are used to voting one way, and so it is a change. And at one of our biggest functions that we do at Alaskans for Better Elections, we are, of course, advocating to keep the system in place. But we also have a foundation, which is an educational foundation. If you like ranked choice voting, if you hate ranked choice voting, we will still come out and educate you. You know, we ask that you don't throw tomatoes at us, but I have come into crowds where we just agree to disagree, and I say, I am just here to make sure your voters can express themselves in this system. And so we are here to help. We will not try to, you know, get everyone on our side. We can just present the facts and just do some mock elections or help you figure out your own mock elections to help people understand that system. This system is only going to work if voters understand it. So regardless of how you feel, Alaskans for Better Elections is happy to do some training. And so at this point, I don't know if there's, sorry, I know I talk fast, so apologies. Should usually take a breath. Okay. Oh, not showing a thing. Okay. I will do that, but I'm actually, while we do this, going to turn over to Scott to give a little bit of an update about where we are with the ballot measure and all of, you know, the legislative repeal efforts and all of that stuff that's going on.
Yeah, thanks. There are, assume you can hear me okay? There are a couple of repeal bills moving through the legislature. They don't really seem remotely close to passing or anything happening this session. The other main thing that's occurring is there is a ballot measure for repealing the system, or parts of the system, I should say, with some different color on it. And they have purportedly qualified for the ballot. However, there is a legal challenge that I'm involved with, separate from Ms. Lucky's activities, that alleges that there was some law breaking and that it is in fact not qualified for the ballot. One thing I'll point out about the repeal is it's not a full repeal. It does leave the campaign finance reforms in place. But the other thing it does that I think is something that the public's not aware of is it not only takes us back to the old, what we call semi-closed primary system, where non-party members could sort of choose a ballot. Their ballot measure actually gives the power to the parties to entirely close. So the Republican Party, if they met in convention and said, our rules are now be a registered Republican or you can't vote, much the way their presidential primary works, they'll have that power if this version of the repeal happens, because it's not just a repeal, it's sort of a repeal plus. It takes us back to an even more closed system. That legal challenge to the ballot measure will probably unfold over the next 60 to 90 days. We'll have a better idea of what's going on there. But that's where things stand. And given the length of the legislative session and where we're at, it is nearly impossible that ballot measures will be on the August ballot, because they would have to adjourn, I think, next Tuesday or Wednesday, which is obviously not happening. So any ballot measures, both this repeal one and the one on the minimum wage, will be on the ballot in the fall.
And so, and I think we can open for questions. My last slide is just, if you're interested in helping us advocate for the system, the first thing we ask you to do is just talk to your friends. You don't have to be affiliated with our group or any other group. If this is a system that you like, talk to your friends and see if they like it. I believe that this is an Alaskan system. I believe that this allows us to have the most choice. I believe that this kind of embodies what Alaskans have wanted, which is that open primary, being able to choose their own candidates. And that's why I'm involved. But I think that the first thing is, if you're interested, just talk to your friends, make sure that they know that it's going to be an issue, and you know, discuss the pros and cons, and everybody gets to express their opinions, right, at the ballot box. If you would like to help out our organization, on the slides there is a QR code that you can volunteer. What we're trying to do is just get everyone to say in their own words what they like about it, and you know, talk to their friends, and hopefully find people in areas that can talk to Rotaries and that sort of thing if the need arises. So if you're interested in volunteering, there's information there. And then my email, if you have questions, if you want to have some spirited dialogue, you can always reach out to me at my email, which is on the slide. And so, Kira, we were trying to be quick with our presentation, but obviously are here for questions or anything.
Oh, yes, and the slides are going to be available on your emails, is that correct? correct?
They will be, and this is totally my fault. I am a policy person, not a campaign person, and when I did the initial PowerPoint, I left out the part that has to say who we're paid for by. So I will be sending in this version that has the correct paid for by on there, right after we get done with this. I can send it from my iPad, so it will be available for anyone to take a look at.
So everybody can open it up on your own devices.
Right.
And get all of this packet, print them if you want to when you get home or whatever. So that will be helpful. So, Scott, can you hear me? 'Cause
I can.
No, it's okay. I'm loud. So what you're saying is if these things that are happening right now, the challenges to ranked choice voting, they're going to go back to the old system where the state pays for the Republican closed primary. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but we have parsed through their language, and their language says it goes back to a system where a party, by changing its rules, can close their primary. I think it's fair to say, where we're at in the world, that's a significant risk. That's a risk that either or both major parties say, our members only, because that's how they treat the presidential when they run those processes. So this is sort of giving them not only that power, but also, they will have 2 slots on every ballot for every race automatically. And I think Alaskans have to decide how they feel about going back to letting the parties be the pure gatekeepers to the ballot when collectively, between the 2 parties, they're 27% of the population. Excuse me, 36, 37% of the population together.
And Kara, if I might add a little bit, I was a legislative aide when our primaries were closed, and I did have some folks tell me that now that they have to choose a ballot, they felt that they could not participate. And this had to do with I'm not that familiar with the religious tenets, but there were some folks that were in a religious party that said that we are not, or a religious group that could not be partisan, and they felt by choosing a partisan ballot that they could not vote. And the reason that this came up was that there was an actual, as Scott alluded to, ballot measures can be either on the primary or general, and that depends on when the legislature adjourns. There was actually a ballot measure on the primary ballot, but all the parties had closed down their ballot, and these people said, we don't feel like we can express our views, not only on the candidates, but on this particular ballot measure, because we would have to then choose to affiliate with someone's party to do that. Now, state law has been changed, so we can have an issues-only ballot after that happened. But you can see kind of the problems when you're giving control, that gatekeeping control to parties. And I will say that, this system allows parties to have their own private processes. They would just have to have it be private, right? And then they could endorse whoever they want, moving into the primary, moving into the general. We're not trying to break down the party's ability to choose their preferred candidates, endorse that candidate, give money to that candidate. But what the open primary does is make sure that those things that are paid for by public dollars are open to every citizen of the state.
Yeah, and one sort of issue that I saw, certainly, because, in my prior life, I worked for a lot of candidates, party candidates, and one thing you saw was sort of the pervasive misuse of minor parties. And by that, I mean, if there was a race that was a competitive race, if you were a Democrat, you would try to get a friend to go falsely register as Libertarian and jump in the race because you knew they were going to bleed 3 to 5% off the Republican. And conversely, the Republicans would try to get a Green Party candidate into the race just to bleed votes off. Not to bring those views to the race, because I think in this system, what's cool is if you are a Libertarian, you're in the race, maybe you're trailing 2 of the major candidates, but you're sitting there at 7 or 8%. They have to court your voters because your voters might slide over to them. It elevates those issues rather than making those issues in that party just a pure spoiler. I think we've seen that sort of again and again. I've seen, that was more or less how Tony Knowles got elected, although there were bigger problems there. But I saw that in a lot of legislative races where someone would either get an Alaska Independence Party or a Libertarian to run. And many, many times they were changing their affiliation day of just to be a stalking horse, not to be a real candidate for your issues. And I think that misuse, or that incentive to misuse, your minor party labels has gone away, which I think is a huge improvement, because if you have a party and they command 7, 8, 12% of the vote, if in this system, the major candidates, the leading candidates have to deal with you. They have to listen to your issues and they have to court your voters just like they court their base. I think that's an improvement. When a candidate is only talking to one tiny group and they don't talk to everyone, all of us are more poorly served. And it also gives your voters, libertarian voters, a much better existence in a sense. They may vote, for example, we just heard from Senator Wielechowski, who's relatively friendly to your party. If you voted for your libertarian candidate in a race he was in, you might want to vote for him second because you realize, hey, he's done some positive things for minor parties in Alaska. It just gives you that power. It maximizes your power, which I think is important rather than, either have your label misused or be pushed aside.
And I'll just have a comment on that, and of course, we're available for anything that you guys want to talk about, because we're here to provide the information you want. But I also think that, we talk about the individual power, but I think that as a party, you can also choose to endorse someone as a second choice, and your candidates can choose to do that. And as Scott was saying, that does give you, a little bit of market power. If your first choice doesn't end up being on the top of the ticket, at least you can express that preference of the remaining candidates and maybe push the needle towards that candidate that is more aligned with your values, as opposed to splitting the vote and having the person less aligned with your values be the eventual winner.
That might be something we consider in a future
Right.
future convention, because right now we do not have that power to endorse candidates that are with another party.
Right.
We can score them.
Right. And this is where I like to say, with ranked choice voting, I always think of like my first choice is my vote, and then the rest are showing my preference among the remaining candidates, right? And so, and I'm not suggesting you endorse anybody, but I'm saying that you have the ability then to say, hey, this is the guy that we really like, and here's the scoring of the rest of the candidates in order of preference, which is just what ranked choice voting is, right?
I get a lot of ads on,
You need to get on.
Sorry. We'll just here, let's do this, and then we can just be, I'll be friendly with everybody.
very good. I get a lot of ads in my libertarian-themed podcasts and websites I go to for approval voting, which I think is a psyop. But I just thought maybe you could explain a little bit about the difference between approval and ranked choice, and why you've chosen to endorse ranked choice over approval.
I will punt this to Scott, since he was there at the beginning when they figured out which one to put forth in the ballot measure.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, and I'm biased, but take my statements for what they're worth. When I was working on this way back in very early, call it February 2019, there were a lot of people who wanted approval voting, or what they call star voting. And when I looked at it, I had two major problems with it. The first is, it really doesn't seem to solve the problem, because what you do is you give a score to people. Well, you give the highest score possible to the guy you like, and you give the lowest score possible to everyone else, because under that system, there is actually a way you could help someone beat your preferred candidate. And I don't think any voter should be in that position. If you give this person 5 stars and this person 3 and this person 1, giving this person 3 might help them defeat yours. Whereas under pure ranked choice voting, as we have in Alaska, as long as your candidate has a shot to win, your ranking never slides to your next choice. It just does not happen mathematically. That was to me problem one, in addition to just being so complicated and actually truly difficult to explain to people. The second one was, I'm an elections attorney. Long before I ever did this, I did recounts, I did hand counts, and what's I guess sacred to me is the security of elections. It's something. Forget partisanship. I will never back down. Never in a million years. Over my dead body will they end the paper ballot program in Alaska. I think you have to have paper ballots that every voter touched, that are preserved until each and every challenge is over, because this touchscreen nonsense, then did my vote count, did it not? I think that to me is scary. But I'm probably one of, a handful of people maybe in the country who has actually been at a ranked choice election recount. And what people do not realize, they think it's an algorithm falsely. You can hand recount these ballots, which we did in one House district. And it's this simple. You make 4 stacks of ballots. You take the smallest stack and you look at the next ranking and you redistribute them. Now you got 3 stacks of ballots. I mean, it really is, it's something, is it more time consuming than pushing a button? Yes. But if you're worried, you can do it that way. And what we actually saw was the hand count actually detected a couple votes, as typical, the machines didn't quite catch, but the results were like basically just dead on. And to me, that was, again, it's the confusion factor and this sort of disincentive to under approval voting to rank people, anything but the lowest or the highest. And it's also that confusion factor and inability to hand recount. Like that's something, you could present me with a much better voting system, but if it didn't have paper ballots that I could count by hand, I would never support it, because I think, one, I want it to be more secure. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think a paper ballot is the most secure thing possible. But the other thing is, all of these systems are only worth our belief in it. And I think we saw a little of that years ago where people began to believe election results weren't legitimate. I think having those paper ballots is just an incredibly important step. I worked for Senator Murkowski in 2010 when we had to, because she was a write-in candidate, we literally had to count every ballot by hand. Very contentious, of course, between her and Joe Miller and the Democratic candidate. I will say by the end, we were singing Kumbaya. 80-90% of us in that room had seen these ballots. They sort of like, the proof's in the pudding, and there were the ballots in front of us. So that's a long walk to sort of answer your question, but that's really where I come down is it's got to be effective and not confusing, and it has to be secure. And I think ranked choice voting does both those things.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, this is a little top heavy.
Yeah. Okay. Question, why even have a primary? Why not just have a single ranked choice general election? And I mean, parties, if they're not publicly funded, could have their own, like you said, their own private primaries themselves to choose who they're going to endorse, if that's how they want to choose to endorse people, or this depends on their own bylaws, I'd assume.
Yeah, and Julie, if you didn't want to answer, I could answer that one, because it is.
I think Scott, like I said, since Scott was in the process when they actually put the system in place, I liked you guys to hear it directly from him, because he was, of course, at the table when they were just deciding which way to go. So, Scott, if you want to take that one.
Yeah. So I'll sort of go back to sort of origin story. I mean, my goal, freely admit I was a longtime Republican. I'm not a very partisan person. I have voted for people. I think I've voted for a Libertarian before. So I've sort of voted for, who I thought was the best person. So what I was looking for was a system that couldn't be gamed, a system where no voter and no party or no group had outsized influence. But I was basically looking to create was free market elections. Here's an array of candidates, may the best man or woman win. No artificial barriers, no closed primary that sweeps out a very good candidate. And I sort of compared the old system to, Soviet Russia or North Korea. You go to the car lot, you can get a beige sedan or a gray sedan. Those are your choices. Don't complain. Under this system, if you go to the store, you can go buy a red pickup truck. And if they're out of red pickup trucks, you can rank a blue pickup truck second. You don't get stuck with the opposite. You don't get stuck with a hatchback. So that was kind of the goal. What I looked at was ranked choice voting purely the way he's talking about. And I started to study ranked choice voting, and I wanted to find the times it failed. And the times it failed were invariably when there was too many choices. There were some Bay Area municipalities who adopted it just this way. One ballot, one time, one shot, but you might have 30 candidates. And what we saw was it's too much psychologically for consumers. When you go to the car lot, you don't look at every car there. You got an idea of what you want. You want four-wheel drive, you want anti-lock brakes, you want a few things. And so the purpose of that initial round is nothing more than a culling. Like, let's get it down to a competitive race. People, 4 people who maybe have a shot. And as we saw with Mary Peltola, who was in last place and actually won, when you get into a competition, it is truly a competition. And so what I saw when we had jurisdictions that didn't have that primary filtering process, you either had to do one of two things. You had to create artificial barriers to the ballot, which means force the person to pay an absurdly high candidate rate or make them go gather 25,000 signatures before they can get on the ballot. I didn't like the barrier aspect. I thought, you got a vision, you got a desire to run, you should get on that ballot. So when they didn't have those barriers, they ended up with 30 candidates. Most people would only rank 3, and you ended up with exhausted ballot rates that were very high. Here in Alaska, none of our races were there enough exhausted ballots to change the outcome. None of our races. But in these jurisdictions, you had as many as 35, 40% being exhausted because there was too many choices. So it was really just a matter of the human brain could kind of hold 4 or 5 choices, and that's kind of it. And after that, people give up. And so we wanted the system to function. And we also didn't want it to be a barrier just to people like us. People like us, people like you, we think about politics more. We're active. Most people walk around, and even if they're a member of a party, they don't take the time that you all take to show up. And so it's a balancing act of lowering the barrier to get on the ballot, but also not presenting a voter with so many choices that they can't manage it.
And one thing that we'll be looking at as the data moves forward, and obviously there's always tweaks that can be made to a system, but I noticed that in the races that we saw that had 4 candidates, you kind of saw that where 3 candidates would be high and the 4th candidate would be kind of trailing, and then 5th and lower were not getting a big percentage of the vote. And so I feel like we kind of hit the sweet spot, even though I wasn't involved in that, so no pats on my back, with 4, because I feel like we get 3 or 4 competitive candidates when you see a lot of candidates, and then they're the ones moving forward.
Yeah, what we saw mathematically, the way it works out is if a candidate gets 8 or 9%, they're in the top 4 easily, just because of the way, of course, major party candidates sort of pull a ton of support. So it really is sort of it's the way you would hire for a job. You would cull for quality. You have a certain threshold of qualifications you want. Let's call it a certain amount of support and an ability to campaign well enough to generate that little bit of base of support, and then you're in. And that's agnostic. You could be a Republican who doesn't make it. You could be a Libertarian who does make it. But as we saw with Chris By, like in the House race, Libertarians can make these statewide races, and they can add to the debate. And it's not the cast of thousands where there's 18 people up on the stage with just 4 people there. They're bringing your party's issues to a national stage, and that's the ideal. And if you can continue to produce good solid candidates like Chris By who can generate enough excitement to make that general election ballot, I think that's a great thing.
I know you've got your lunch coming up here, so I'm always available if people have questions. My email is in the document. But I don't know if you wanted to entertain more questions, but I know that people are waiting for lunch, and you had a lunch speaker, so I don't want to delay your agenda.
So thank you very much. And everybody, if you'll check your emails later on, I think the packet will be distributed that way. We had a big mix-up about printing materials, not printing materials, who was going to be here, who was not going to be here, and so you heard that. All right, thank you a lot, Scott. And,
Thank you.
And here's Nicholas. Are you going to take over?
Yeah. Thanks very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Appreciate the time.
on his little picture there. Are you on? Hey, Chris, can you hear us?
I can. I sure can. How about my end?
Wonderful. Yes, we can hear you as well.
All right, groovy. I got to figure out how to use this bad boy. All right. Let's see. Okay, so how do I do my presentation? Just hit present.
I assume so. I have never used the StreamYard software before.
Well, all right. Let's.
Our StreamYard expert stepped out to their restroom, so.
Oh, well, good timing then. Good timing. All right. Let's see if we can get this going here. I apologize. We had a slight malfunction with the vehicle, so we were running around trying to get it done. Perfect. All right.
Do you see the third? There's a third thing on the bottom, right under your cursor.
Where it says mute.
Not you, Chris. Sorry, I'm talking to
Okay.
Devin. If you just cursor down, do you see that third, the presentation there? Yeah. There we go. Perfect. Okay, we've got your presentation up.
Sweet. All right.
And I think we're ready to go whenever you're ready, Chris.
All right. Perfect. Let's do it. All right. Well, it's I guess it's go time. It sucks to have to follow Michael Dukes, but I'll do my best. For those who don't know me, my name's Chris By. I ran as a candidate for Congress in 2022, and it was one heck of a ride. I would encourage everybody to give it a shot at least once, at least while we have the open primary as a vehicle to get onto the ballot. I've got a couple slides here. I'm not very good as a pontificator. I'm more of a Q&A type of guy. So if you see anything that needs additional answering, just yell at me. I'm pretty tough. I can handle it. All right. So that's our cool guy bumper sticker that we handed out. I don't know, a couple of them. This is the bloodbath. You can see me second guy down, Chris By, 1.73% of the total vote. All right, so this is a little bit of how I made this slide presentation. I basically asked for feedback from about 650 voters. 90% or more I didn't have any familial relationship with. So they're just pretty much random Alaskans that somehow thought that I was worthy enough to put as their first as their first choice on ranked choice voting. And then of those 650, about 226 provided usable feedback for this collection. And then you can see all the villages and towns and cities that we visited for that campaign. Now, the ones that are bold are where we did door knocking. Myself or part of my team did. So you can see we hit the interior pretty hard with Fairbanks, North Pole, Delta Junction, Tok, and Cantwell. And then you can see I hit Palmer, Wasilla, Eagle River, Anchorage. And then I went around to Kodiak and I had some buddies in Haines that helped me out. The places that you see there that are not bold are locations that provided me feedback as they had voted for me. I think what's the takeaway on this here for us is that there are people who are libertarian minded that will vote for a libertarian candidate off the road network. But we've got to get our name out there in order to take some of those votes. And so you can see places like Emonic and Unalakleet. You know, those are pretty far from Fairbanks and Anchorage, and yet we still were able to get our name at least solicited to them so they could vote for us. It was actually a pretty cool undertaking. All right, so this is a copy of the survey. You probably can't see it. I'll just go over it real briefly. I had about 100 of these sitting in my truck at one time. It basically is a Q&A. They would call on my personal phone, and I would just ask them, you know, where are you calling from? What's your party affiliation? You know, tell me something briefly why you voted for me. And then what did I do well? What could have I done better? And, you know, if you wanted to follow up, here's my phone number and here's my email. Please give me a holler. And it was all so that we could set up the next libertarian candidate with a little bit of success. Okay, here's a couple awesome facts that we got for why. The parentheses is the number of responses I got from the 262, basically. Some of them overlap because some people had more than one reason why they voted for me. The funniest one, obviously, is my favorite there at the top. I'm a shitty politician, but willing to listen, and I was steadfast with facts. I think the important part is that we need to maintain our approachability and our politeness, which I'm sure everybody there knows. And then we need to be able to articulate historical data in a way that makes sense. So if we're going to say, well, the Republicans and Democrats both suck, we need to be able to follow that up with facts. Like their taxations do not represent the needs of most of the masses or something akin to that. And then you can see on the way all the way down, the last one that got the most reasons for why is because apparently I came across as an authentic Alaskan first and not a party shill. So those are kind of the spread of why people voted for me. I think what's interesting about this is for most of you guys who knew me and helped me along the way, you'll notice there where it says the lesser of two evils. Like that's the token saying that I hit every time I opened up my trap to talk to somebody about voting. And it was all about Are we satisfied with voting for the lesser of two evils? And if we are, well, you got two parties to vote for. But if you want something different, like I'm your guy or Sean's your guy. And so that's kind of how I approach that. I would recommend whoever takes on this June, who signs up to run for Congress, I would definitely use that same slogan. I would hammer that because it's evident that we have a problem within the two parties, and we shouldn't have to put up with that crap. So anyway, that's that slide. Okay, here's the things that I should have done better. The blue box are from the masses, and the yellow box is my internal with a small team of folks that I trust with my life. So obviously, I got this a lot. I love you, man, but you need a commercial or 4 or 8 or 10. And then the next one down, obviously, I need to get my name out. And then you can see the 2 at the bottom in that blue box. Did you hold a fundraiser? I got so many comments about that obviously I made a mistake because no, I didn't run a fundraiser. I think I had one fundraiser and it was pretty small. And then did I hold any meet and greets? I did 2 meet and greets. I probably should have done more. So I did a disservice to our party by not getting after those fundraising and those meet and greets. And whoever follows me, I strongly encourage you to do so. And you can see in the yellow box there, do more meet and greets, ask for money, run a fundraiser. And then I had a decent team, a cadre of vets and some close friends that kind of helped articulate things for me and shape things for me so that I wasn't in a vacuum. And one of the guys that I really wish I'd put more emphasis on is the treasurer. That is probably the most important campaign position there is. That's second to none. That guy is really important. I'd like to talk a little bit about number 2. The media is not going to give you airtime simply because you're a candidate. They're only going to give you airtime if enough people open up their wallets to support you. So by not running a fundraiser or meet and greets, I literally was shooting myself in the foot. So most of you in the audience probably already realized that, but I'm not a politician. I'm a fishing guide and a former Army soldier. So no, I didn't know that. I do know that now. So this June, when your candidate gets up there, whoever of you guys it'll be, go after the money. And the more money you get, the more airtime you get from the media. Otherwise, they just don't take you as a credible candidate. Any questions on that? Perfect.
Chris, I guess what I would, as somebody who would maybe be a donor, and I think I gave you some donation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
As a donor, it would open my wallet to really understand not just how money was being spent, but what you need it for.
Good.
If I knew you had to travel to an event and that was a burden, the closer as a donor I would be to your problems, the more likely I am to open my wallet.
That is absolutely accurate. The worst thing you can possibly do, in my mind, is that, hey, I need money, and not necessarily relate it to what you're spending it on. You are absolutely correct. So some of the critical things I wish I'd kind of prioritized my money, all $8,746 worth. What I would have done is I would have spent about half of that on mailing. So that would be like mailing signs out, mailing bumper stickers out, the 42 t-shirts we mailed out. Like that's about 50% of what I would have spent it on. What I probably would not have spent money on is adding one more postal thing to your garbage can. I got so many comments thanking us for not adding political trash to the landfill. And for that guy who comes after me this June, like I would hammer that. I would absolutely hammer that. I had one gentleman tell me he got 262 mailings in a week. And he's like, this is like, if I'm going to vote for a Democrat who's caring about the environment, these 262 flyers aren't caring for the environment because they're just going to the landfill. So I would hammer that. And that's an excellent point. I probably should make another slide one day about where we did spend that $8,000. But I'll tell you right off the cuff without having my notes in front of me about it. I probably spent most of that on travel, and the next thing I spent it on was mailing. The 36 signs that I mailed out just absolutely destroyed the account. And the other weird thing about money is the IRS is not your friend. Like, as libertarians, we all know this, right? We understand it. But really, when you start to run for a federal office, the IRS is on you like stink on, like white on rice in a blizzard. And it's extremely time consuming, and they are mildly aggressive about it. The flip of that is the federal elections uh, folks, the FEC, they're also kind of sticklers, but you will be surprised how many libertarians work in the FEC. That's all I'll put it out. When you run, you'll meet them, because they will bubble up to the top and they will be like, hey, you're a third party candidate. Let me fill this paperwork out for you. And they did. And you have to proof it, right? Because people make mistakes, and sometimes they're honest mistakes and sometimes they're not. So you got to proof that stuff. But you would be surprised how many people in the FEC are actually rooting for us. It's unbelievable. So I guess did I answer that well enough for you?
One of the things I don't know, it just kind of popped into my head is the concept of like a wedding registry. Here's the 20 things that you want to do in this campaign, and let people sort of fill that out for you for the things that they think are effective, and let your constituents guide what is valuable and what they perceive as less valuable.
That is spot on. You are absolutely correct. Because that kind of shapes the operation for you, right? You know, okay, well, I want my people want me to get my face out, even if it looks like this, right? Even if your moneymaker looks like, road pizza, they still want you to get your face out there, and travel does that, right? And if it's more of the other end, well, I need to get more signs out, then you'll see that replicated in the money. That's an excellent point. So whoever's following me, you got to do that. Any other questions on that? Okay, so here's a little bit about what I did well. I think the takeaway on this slide here is just note where policy and relationship interactions, where those two meet. I think that's the takeaway from this, right? So when I asked folks, okay, what did I do well? Well, explaining the national debt, foreign policy, and government bloatation, like, we can do that as libertarians. I think probably everybody in that group right here, in our group, can explain some of the reasons why this needs to be addressed, right? But the key to this, and I mentioned this earlier, is having the ability to politely address this, right? I can't just simply go after Nick Begich, hitting him over and over again for funding yet one more war overseas as a Republican. And I can't do the same thing for Ms. Patola if we're not polite and we don't have at least our foot in the door early. And so really addressing those things with some courtesy really gets you a long way. And I think you can kind of see that all the way down this listing here. And again, those numbers in parentheses are comments. That's the number of comments I got on that. We'll call it that family of comments. And, if you look at Javier down in Argentina, and you follow how he got here, he was mild mannered in the beginning, and then all of a sudden he's got a chainsaw and fire, right? And I think you can look at that bottom comment there with the glasses, which I still wear today. New pair because I broke them. But I think we have to have a shtick. It's not good enough just to be the real nice, polite guy who knows a lot of stupid facts about the government, which we wish we never knew. You've got to have something that's going to say, oh, the guy with glasses, or the guy who wears a fishing shirt, or you got to be, or gal, you got to be a candidate that has something that's memorable. And it goes back to using the phrase lesser of two evils, and it goes to sunglasses. And I honestly didn't do any of that because I thought I needed a shtick. That's literally just who I am. Because I fish a lot, and glasses are with me because I'm a fly fisherman. I like my eyeballs. So, it doesn't have to be forced, but it's noticed by the population. Any questions on this? Perfect. Okay, let's talk a little bit about ranked choice voting. I understand Scooter was there, and he probably is the all-time man on ranked choice voting, but it might be helpful for you guys to see what it was like as a candidate. So obviously, I would have voted for on this one, probably Duke Kaboom because he has a cool name. All right. This is a graph that I think everybody should get a copy of. And if you want it, I will send it to you. Some rando on Reddit made this graph. And this graph demonstrates ranked choice voting easily. Like I always use ice cream and fish because I love ice cream and I love fish. And I did it so well that the opposite anti-choice guys are now making commercials about ice cream, and they totally don't understand ranked choice voting as a power to get rid of to improve our governance. And so what this graph here does is it really kind of shows you how ranked choice vote works in one simple, easy picture. And most of you guys, if you had Scooter's thing, you probably have already seen something similar to this. I imagine this is probably all over the place, but this graph really lays it out really well. Did you guys have any questions on this, this graph or anything that Scooter may have said? All right, easy peasy. Sure.
I would like this graph, but also I was curious as do you know if he has like the breakdown of how many votes went from like say your campaign, like because I could see that basically, majority of libertarians did not only ranked you first. It seems like, and but they say, oh, we're vote splitting or stealing votes.
So there
it
is
looks very even amongst when they ranked people second, etc.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So the bottom answer is yes. There are. They're on a thing called a Johnson file, a JSON file, JSON, and it's raw data. And I basically had for lack of better words, an army hacker who took that file and condensed it for me. But I don't. If you guys aren't tracking, I had to move for family reasons, and I cannot find that stupid hard drive to save my life. I tore my whole house apart yesterday looking for, or this last week looking for it, and I can't find it. But yes, that data is out there. Oddly enough, our illustrious elections folks will not make that data into an Excel file so that we can discern it and parse it out. They will only give it to you as a JSON file. And it's pretty difficult, and it's a little bit above my skill set on parsing that data out, but it does exist. And my guess is Scooter may actually have that data already parsed out, but I'm too much of a wimp to ask him for it.
Thank you.
Okay, so when it comes down to ranked choice voting, I think what we really need to look at, and as the Libertarian Party, I would implore everybody there, all your friends, all your family, please get out there and tell people about ranked choice voting. At a minimum, discuss the open primary. You don't have to get into the weeds on the math and all that BS, but the open primary is the only way that our kind of candidates are going to be seen by both the Democrats and the Republicans. Without the open primary, we don't exist. It's very, very difficult to get past that first stage. And the open primary is the only way to do that. And the thing that I would use when you start engaging with the anti-ranked choice voting people is what I have highlighted next to those stars. So there are registered in Alaska as of November, 537,000 voters. 12% of those are for the Democratic Party, 23% are for the Republican Party, 5% are people like us, and then 59% are unaffiliated. If you are unaffiliated, you can get either one, but what you can't do is you can't get all of it at once, and that's what the open primary does. It gives you all the people who are running. And that's, in my humble opinion, that's who we need to get after, the unaffiliated. The ones that you see in the 23% and the 12%, they're already drinking the Kool-Aid. I mean, pretty much they've already jonesed themselves out of the game. So what we really have to do is get after those unaffiliated voters. And I'd like to say I did a pretty good job at that, but I don't know, man. I'll be honest with you. This was my first run at political office, and I made some mistakes along the way that I didn't even know I made. So I'm not sure I got after those unaffiliated as well as I really wanted to. I think what I really did was I hammered the Republican and the Democrat Party events. I went to all of them, as many as I could get to. And I just simply said, is this for real? Like, this is really the best we've got. Right? Is this really what we're after? And are we not leaving behind the 59% of the people who obviously don't give a fart about your two parties? Otherwise, they would have been affiliated with them, right? So I wish I'd have kind of done a little bit more. And it goes back to that meet and greet and being approachable. I will say that Michael Dukes' show probably helped me out quite a bit. And so did that loudmouth guy. I don't think he has a show anymore in Anchorage, but that guy beating me up on live TV on radio for no good reason got me, like, I don't know, at least 400 votes. So I can't remember the dude's name, but he was kind of a wanker. Anyway, so let's see the next slide. I think I have it. Yeah. Okay. So what I would tell you guys there in Alaska is the open primary allows for any Alaskan to participate in governance, right? And I'm sure Nalik and if Sean's there, they've heard me say this a bazillion times. But you don't need to be rich, though that helps. You don't need to be politically connected. You don't even have to be beautiful. I mean, look at this, right? I mean, this moneymaker isn't going to make any money on the corner. But you do have to have courage and you have to have conviction, right? And it would be good if you were factually based, right? I mean that's always really helpful. At the end of the day, the open primary allows for the voters to have the responsibility to determine who's going to end up on that final ballot and not ticket punchers from the Democrat and Republican Party, right? So that's really the nuts and bolts of the open primary. And again, what we're really looking for are those third party and those unaffiliated voters. Okay, it even includes this guy, right? Whom I love. His politics are like kind of crazy, but I love the Santa Claus man. I've met that guy. I take him fishing. I mean, that's how much I enjoy the guy. So if you ever get up to North Pole, he is the real deal. Now, I wouldn't get into politics with him, but he cares for kids, he cares for families, and as far as Chris Pye is concerned, that's pretty amazing. And so, I that's what the open primary does. It allows Santa Claus to run, right? Okay, so we get back to that, the 12% and the 23% in the open primary. In a closed primary, that's who's making the decision who's going to be on the ballot, right? So the private political organizations, they regain that gatekeeper status, right? And yeah, I'm making fun of them from Ghostbusters, but that's really a horse, not an ass. But I mean, that's literally what we're getting after here is those gatekeepers now have put the onus on that 12% and that 23% to determine who the rest of us are going to vote for. And personally, I think that's unacceptable. There are people sitting amongst us right now who would be a far better candidate than what we're going to have to vote for in the future. And that's where we have to have courage and bravery and step up to the plate and swing as hard as we can, and also do meet and greets and fundraisers. So, any questions on the open primary? Okay, I figured most of you guys knew that stuff. All right, so breaking it down, starting in November and running through February, I was running that survey, and here's how the voter demographics kind of broke down for folks who ranked me first. And now this is out of 200 and hold on, let me check my notes. I apologize. You think I'd have this memorized, but I actually shit-canned most politics stuff earlier. Okay, so this basically comes out to like 220 out of 262 semi-completed surveys. And you can kind of see, we even picked up the token green guys, right? And the 11 libertarians were guys that had just moved in or gals who just moved in and found my name along the way. But you can see that AIP voted for me in out of 220, pretty decent numbers. And you can also see the Democrats voted for me. And you can also see that the Republicans eked out at least 45. That's pretty impressive if you really peel that back and realize that only 12% of Alaskans are Democrats and only 23% are Republicans. Now, obviously, we got landslided in the big election, but what this does for the Libertarians, for the next candidate, it says that yes, we can peel. We can appeal to those guys, and we can peel them off that ticket and have them vote for us. But we're not going to be able to do that if we're not on the open primary. Period. All right. Any questions on this? All right. So here's the slide that I think is the kind of the worst one. All right. So between November and April 2023, I went around Anchorage. I went around Juneau. I went to Fairbanks. And I simply ran into just random people and asked them if they voted. And then I did the follow up question. Okay, well, you know, who did you rank as number one, number two, number three, number four, if they remembered, right? And I would simply tell you that the most disturbing factoid I got out of doing that, and I probably asked like I don't know, I got 400 some responses back, but I probably asked about 1,000 people, probably 2,000. The most disturbing response I got was that I didn't vote. And that's, I know there's people in this audience that might feel like, ANCAP guys that are like, oh, I'm never voting. We can't fix this. But if we're not at the table, then we're not going to fix it, because the people at the table are going to make decisions about us. And we either show up to play or we lose. Like, that's kind of how it works. So, and I gave him that spiel, by the way, just like that. I gave him the deadpan look and everything. It was awesome. But you can see out of the 461 responses, these are the people who ranked me in number 2: nonpartisans, Dems, the independent and unaffiliated, the Republicans and the Independence Party, and then the Green Party there. That kind of gives you a very unscientific, very much unreplicatable breakdown. But unfortunately, that's the best I could get after when I went and actually talked to people face to face. Okay, so here's my takeaways. I know I've said this a couple times, but the guy or gal who runs in June, man, run as hard as you can. And if Chris from Nebraska can help you out in any way, I will do so in a heartbeat. It would be an honor. The next thing I would say is, instead of cloaking ourselves in a breastplate of, we're different than everybody else, I would encourage you to just be authentic, right? And I think everybody knows that I'm a 70% libertarian and a 30% independent, right? Because there are certain things, fish management for one, where the tragedy of the commons just isn't going to work when you've got a migratory fish, right? So that's part of that 30% non-libertarian guy. But you've got to be authentic, and I think everybody in this audience probably knows that already. But it's good to repeat. The next one, I wish I had been brave enough to hold numerous meet and greets. And then the next thing is, I wish I'd have had the courage to ask for money. I hated doing that. Like, that was just the worst. I would rather chop my fingers off and go to combat than ask for money. But again, if you don't have money, you don't get airtime. You don't get airtime, you don't get media coverage. If you don't get media coverage, you don't get elected. Like, that's how it is. And then the last thing, and I mentioned this a couple times now, just engage politely and then listen intently. I made a lot of money by just writing down notes. Sometimes they were scribbles. We don't need to tell everybody that. But, a lot of times these people had really good concerns, and they had solutions that were, I'll just put it this way, I'm not smart enough to dream up some of those solutions. And we should start incorporating some of those solutions. Obviously, if it's spend more money without accountability, like, that's not going to work for us, right? If it's increasing taxes for no good reason, that's obviously not going to work for us. If it's me paying for someone else to do something because they made a mistake, that's obviously not going to work for us. But that doesn't mean there's some goodness in some of those if we parse them out. A good example is one of the union guys. His name was Richard. He came from, I think he was in Delta, but he worked up on the slope. Real nice guy, real quiet. I saw him looking at me, and there's a lot of people around, and he didn't want to come and like ask me questions in front of everybody. So I surreptitiously snuck away and went and talked to the guy. And he was just really concerned about his union job. And we're not here to take jobs away, right? I mean, that's not what the Libertarian Party wants. What the Libertarian Party wants is that the unions get to make their own rules for their own people and not have the federal government be the bat for them, right? That's all I'm asking. It's crony capitalism at its finest. And once I explained it to him like that, and we had a long discussion about it, he clearly understood and ended up voting for me. In fact, he was one of those that you saw tallied up there. And I mentioned it earlier about the FEC and the IRS. The IRS will 100% try to rape you. So do your best to stay on top of that. That's where that treasurer comes in real handy. And then the FEC, the rules are designed to discourage us from running. You just need to know that up front. But you're going to find within the FEC that there are a few that are extremely helpful. But you got to find them on your own. They do not want their name passed around because they don't want to be seen as being slanted one direction or the other. And I can appreciate that, right? So anyway, I'll just leave that with you. So whoever's running, call the FEC. Like I'd stomp on that, write that down 6 times. Call the FEC. Be frank with them. Let them know that you have no clue what you're doing, just like I did. And I guarantee you're going to find this lady and the dude, and they're going to hand carry you and make you look like a rock star when it comes to reporting. So there you go. That's all my slides. Any questions? So we can talk a little bit about fish if you want. I'm still knee deep in that. If I were running against right now, here's a couple things. So I don't know who's planning on running for us, but someone should be running for us because we gotta maintain momentum, right? 1.7% isn't very grand, but we got to maintain some momentum, right? So if I was going to run today, the first thing I would do is I would hammer. I mean, hammer with a sledgehammer, hydraulic hammer, water jack, whatever it takes. I would be hammering Miss Patola on taking funds from the fishing industry. Oh, I would just be merciless. Yeah. Every time I spoke to somebody, I'd be like, well, when you take campaign donations from Seattle, who's absolutely destroying the killer whale population in the Bering Sea, you're promoting that. Her council on pro fishing for Alaska is 100% her, a Republican, and the fishing industry. She has nobody on there from the Yukon, nobody on there from Bethel, not even any sports fishermen. She has just the industry who gives her money on the council. Like we already have that. It's called the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. We don't need another commission for that. The other thing I would be hammering is the amount of money that's going through. I think the bottom question, like at the end of the day, we have to ask a simple question. As much as I love the people on the North Slope, one of those villages is getting paid, I think it comes out to like $3,800 a house for internet. I mean, $3,800. You can get Starlink for $600 and it works. In fact, I'm talking to you on it using Starlink right now in the middle of a nice, sweet Nebraska thunderstorm. Like it works. And it didn't cost me $3,500 or $3,800 to put in. So you have to ask the second, third order question. If that's the case, who else is making money off this $3,800 a house? I mean, I would just be merciless on that. The other thing I would be hammering her on is parent rights. She passed a bill earlier on, or helped pass a bill earlier on that reduced parental rights. I would absolutely destroy her on that too. I would be relentless. I'd be like a rabid pit bull. So those are some of the things I would hit, right? The fishing and the council with the special interests, the donations from those special interests, i.e. the fishing industry, the spending money that obviously won't make most of those populations in the bush any better because it's going to be siphoned out by middlemen. Right now, I think the latest count I saw was 27 middle companies between the user in that little village and the internet. Like 27 people are making millions and millions of dollars off this. So I mean, I would just destroy her on that. And then, like I mentioned, the parental rights. Now, there's some other things, if we try to gravitate away from Miss Patola and we move toward Nick and that other Republican, is it Dahlstrom, I think her name is. The thing that I would hammer all three of them on is they're not going to make it any better. They're just not. And we know this, but we have to have the historical facts that back it up, right? So we can easily say, well, I mean, did Don Young at once ever even remotely think that maybe the national debt would be a fiscal environment from hell for future generations? I mean, those are the kind of things that I would hammer. And when you get up there on stage with Nick, because he's going to be a real nice guy, he is. Don't get me wrong. What you're going to find is he's going to agree with you on a lot of things. So the next thing you have to do is like, well, then why didn't what I would do is I'd be like, well, why didn't the Republican Party do this earlier? And I would lay it on his lap to have to answer for that, because if he does get elected, he's just going to push the paper like everybody, like all the other politicians over there. And so I would really hammer that as well. The other thing I would recommend doing besides the meet and greets and the fundraisers, I would probably continue to go to the Republican and the Democrat shindigs. I mean, I think I went to like 38 or 39 of these things. I would probably continue going to those. There is some. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a dick by trade. Most of you guys probably already know that. I'm just a normal dude who likes fishing and is passionate about Alaska. But there is some goodness in being the shark. And in sharks, they don't always advertise they're around, and they don't always advertise that they're hungry. They just sort of show up and eat the seal, right? Throw it up in the air and then chomp its head off. When you don't show up to those things, they're not feeling the effects of a third party breathing down their necks. And they should be, because we're coming and they need to know it. And if we're not courageous and brave enough to go into the den of these, snakes, then we're not going to be taken serious. But the moment we start showing up quietly like a shark, and at the moment of weakness, we attack them because we smell blood in the water, is the moment they take us serious. And then that translates to getting money, and that translates to more people coming to your meet and greets. But that's kind of critical. The last thing I'll say is don't be long-winded like I am. That's usually not helpful for radio interviews. So just keep that in mind. So is there anything else you guys want to talk about? Reference this?
Oh, I came in late for this, I guess. Yeah, all you're saying about running for Congress sounds really interesting. I was just going to point out, yes, fundraising is absolutely the worst. There's nothing worse than calling somebody up and asking them if they'll donate to your campaign. And sometimes you have to kind of suck them in by getting their opinion on something, and then you agree with them, and then you say, now will you donate to my campaign?
Right.
But,
Yeah, it's no bueno. And,
or if you don't agree with them, you don't ask them for money. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the cool thing. I mean, I don't know. Two of my largest, outside the Libertarian Party, two of my largest donors, one was a strong Biden union supporter. I mean, he was like the former Grand Poobah, whatever they call that guy for the state. And man, he just crushed my balls over Rand Paul, like over and over and over. And finally, I was like, it's spelled Ron, R-O-N, not R-A-N, N-D. And he finally figured it out. But yeah, the key to that is remaining steadfast. So the ability to take those people on and say, okay, well, I understand this, but how do we account for X, the national debt, right? And if we're really worried about this, then we need to do something about it. And if you're okay with a rucksack that's 5 feet tall that contains, I guess it's up to now $388,000 for a newborn child right now. That's what they get for taxes. Merry Christmas, happy birthday. Here you go. Then I guess you've got a party. But if you think that that's asinine, my name's Chris By, and I really need money. I wish I'd have said it like that, right? But we learn as we go.
Okay, Chris, anyway.
Oh, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, because we have.
Oh, we have somebody come up. Yeah. Chris, in your experience talking to a lot of Republicans and Democrats, obviously one of the things they're going to do is bring up a wedge issue to justify not voting Libertarian, just to, in their head, cue why they can't accept what you're saying to them. And I'm curious, what were maybe the top 3 wedge issues that they thrust at Libertarians, and what are our Achilles heels as topics that Republicans and Democrats, entrenched people, are throwing at us, where we need really solid arguments to diffuse their tribalism, diffuse sort of that they're coming at you with animus. And so what are our Achilles heels topics that they're using as wedge issues? Thank you.
All right. So I'll tell you the first, I was thinking about it and then immediately it dawned on me. The number one, libertarian. It's not liberal, it's libertarian. And you will find that both in the Democrats and in the Republicans, they have no idea what that actually means. Right. So what I would always, I mean, I'll just use the first guy, right? The first guy I ran into with a problem, as you mentioned, was a hardcore, like straight up Kool-Aid drinking Jonesville type of guy, right? From the Republican Party. I mean, he ate and drank cherry Kool-Aid. Like he was probably pissing it, right? And I finally said, well, sir, I really appreciate those points. But when I look back behind me at the historical data, your party is still passing all these stupid spending bills. Like your guy isn't conservative. That's not conserving. Like, I don't know what that is, but that's not conserving. And so what I would do is I would come back to them and just use historical data points to try to wedge that. But then they would always come back with, well, you're a liberal because you're libertarian. And you would have to come back and say, okay, I really think you need to look at our party. And I always had a copy of the book, Liberty Defined with me. And I probably gave out about 40 copies of that dang book, which I bought at a resale bookstore. So wasn't out a whole lot of money. But and I would just hand it off to them. I'm like, look, there is a better way, and this is how you do it. So one, we're not liberal. We're libertarian. We're classical liberals. If you have to be more defined about that. But there's this distinct difference between sweet hairdos and nose piercings and everything else. We don't care if you have that. It's just not a limiting factor for us. And then the other thing is that historical data point. And then the last thing I would say that the top three is, Chris, we really like you, but you're a one-man show in 400 and X seats in Congress. Like, how are you really going to affect any change? And I'll be honest with you, brother, that's a good question, right? Like, how do we really address that? So I can tell you from my experience, what I would say is, like, there has to be some dude from the wilderness, one lone voice who says, like, I've had enough and I'm fed up. And quite frankly, I think normal Americans, normal Alaskans can make better decisions than professional politicians. And if it takes that one lone voice to do that, then why not an Alaskan? Not a Republican, not a Democrat, but an Alaskan, right? And I would just hammer that. And yeah, I won't say I converted a bunch. I mean, I think you saw from the unscientific feedback I got, but I would tell you that they walk away and they immediately turn around and look back at you and then walk off because you've touched something deep down in their soul that they know is wrong, and they know it. And so by doing that, I mean, hopefully I'm setting the next guy up or the next gal up, right, for success. So those are the real three big things is, how does the lone voice do it in Congress? Well, somebody's got to start the flow. What do you do about when how's the Libertarian Party different from everybody else? And then three, the historical data points that demonstrate that the Uniparty just sucks. So you got to kind of meld all those into a cognizant conversation. It can be tricky, but it can be done.
When you're articulating libertarian position, what the things you articulate, what can you think of any points that caused people to shut down, turn away, or otherwise disengage?
Oh yes, there are two. Okay, so the first one is abortion, right? So obviously I'm a little bit different than a lot of folks. And in that, I really appreciate the turnout for Roe v. Wade because I think that decision cannot be made in D.C. by a central organization and central powers and planners. I think it needs to be done at the state level. So that's one that just that shook everybody, right? When you go that route, that they take that as a non-answer because they see it as just a non sequitur. But what it really is saying is that actually, Chris, I trust you to make your own damn decision. That's what that really means. And so I'd have to come back and explain that a little bit. The other one I think that really shook their foundations is when you look at our foreign policy and the use of the military. If you look at the dynamics today are a little bit different than the dynamics of when I ran, but the realization is still there. The underlying things are still there. The United States should never be the world's largest arms dealer. We should not be exporting death. We should not. We should be exporting liberty and freedom. And it doesn't take a gun to do that. And it doesn't take a bomb to do that. What it takes is some courage to send, I don't know, hell, the Peace Corps, or better yet, reduce our taxes, and we can fund money to Samaritan's Purse, or we can fund some money to Mother Jones, or the whoever we want to give it to, because it would be better suited for me as an American citizen that my money isn't going to Lockheed, and my money's not going to Boeing. And so the dynamics are a little bit different right now, but I can tell you when we got into foreign policy and the military, at first the Democrats were all on board. Today, I'm not so sure that's the case. In fact, I would probably say that line of argument that they're going to have some concerns about it, because right now they equate arms dealing with stopping Putin, right? And they don't see the bigger picture that we're actually killing a lot of people, and we probably shouldn't be doing that. And then if you deal with a Republican, the first time you even remotely bring that up, they're going to be like, but it's great for the economy. I mean, literally, that would be the answer you get right now. I don't know if you guys have started to see that trend in the last 3 weeks, but they're saying that funding the wars in Iraq or in Ukraine and in Israel is a net positive for us. But obviously, we know that's paper money and it's not real. But yeah, so those dichotomies would be kind of a little bit different. That'd be a paradigm shift that we've had in the last probably year. But I think when you start bringing up foreign policy, and you basically just regurgitate what Ron Paul said, you're going to make a lot of money. And the same would be true with economics, and you just regurgitate what Thomas Sowell said.
Great.
Does that help you out any?
Yeah, great.
Okay. I think what's key to any of that, as I let you guys go, the key to any of that is just be authentic, right? I mean, if you don't know, I did the same thing every time. If somebody asked me a question I didn't know, I would simply say, well, that's pretty interesting. What do you recommend? And what do you think the root cause of that problem is? And then if it fit within our framework of the libertarian world, then I would do some more research and I would give it to my brain trust, with basically a bunch of vets, Alaskan vets who've been here for like ever. And they would regurgitate something that made a little bit more sense. Then I would put my own thing on it. And then I would try it out on people. And if it worked, then man, I'd throw that ball every day. So that's kind of how I did that. I really appreciate it running. And I could not have done it without the AKLP. I would have never run ever. I guarantee if I hadn't run into some of you folks. And I really, really deeply appreciate it. And again, if there's anything I can do to help the next candidate out, hell, if it's paying your entry fee, just let me know. I will send you a check today, because it is that important to me that at least Alaska stands up to this nonsense. And we have the ability to do it. And there's some great people there that can easily do this. There are some amazingly bright people in Alaska. And our two parties just aren't tapping into those brain trusts. And so what's happening is we're getting the same regurgitated answer despite an R or a D behind the last name. And I think our party has the greatest ability to tap into that brain trust and be like, nope, Joe from Kotzebue thinks this is a better way to do it. Or, Henrietta from Juneau had this great idea. We should hammer that, right? And yeah, that's the best answer I could give on some of that stuff. So anyway, I best get going. I really appreciate it. And Miss Dalek, I'll be looking for these videos. I really want to hear what the infamous Michael Dukes and Scooter had to say. I actually really cherish some of their ideas. It's pretty entertaining to go back and forth with them. So until I see you guys here in the future, hopefully, you guys have a fantastic day.
Just one more thing. Congratulations. Yes. You're our alternate for the national convention.
All right. I'll take the alternate position.
Right. And thank you so much for being there for us and doing what you did.
Sure.
And
sure.
And
I think I'm going to be there anyway, just so I don't tell anybody this, but the chief financial officer was like, I think we can swing this. You should probably just go. because if you don't, you're going to be angry. So I might already be there. We'll see. But I hope to run into you guys if I'm there.
You mean your new boss or something?
That would be my wife. That would be
Oh,
my-
the old boss.
yeah. The one that you really have to answer.
Oh, wow. Well, thanks
So-
thanks for being there and for all your good information. I'm not the
Sure.
boss of this show though, so go Nicholas.
All right.
Thanks, Chris. Have a wonderful day.
Hey, you two guys. Have a good one.
listen to using that link. So you can I will be back in just a few minutes.
Hello, Lars. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Welcome to the Alaska Libertarian Party Convention.
Awesome. Where are you guys having your convention this year?
Wasilla,
Oh, Wasilla. Okay. Not too
about
familiar with
40
that.
minutes
I've
north of Anchorage.
okay. Okay. Yep. I've been to Alaska a bunch of times, so I really enjoy it. Sorry, I couldn't be there this time.
No worries. So I think if you have your address prepared, I think we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, great. And how much time do I have?
I think you have a hard out. We've allotted 15 minutes for the speech and 15 minutes for a Q&A. But if you have to leave before that to get to your next thing, like no
Okay.
pressure.
No, we're gonna be great. I'll keep it a little shorter, and we can do more Q&A. So
Great.
that's great. Well, so thanks so much for having me, everybody. I grew up really poor. I grew up literally with an outhouse and no electricity in Big Sur, California, on a marijuana pot farm. My mom was growing marijuana from the time I was a little kid. And, even into my 20s, I was still struggling to make ends meet. I was living on top ramen for days on end at the end of the month, trying to stretch out my meager salary that I was making. And long story short, I happened to be in Silicon Valley area in 1994 when the internet started taking off, and just happened to be sort of in the right place at the right time, and found that I had a knack for computers and for marketing. And I started a number of internet companies right as the internet was starting to take off. And that became very lucrative. And I became a serial entrepreneur, founded probably 10 or 15 different companies. And the biggest of which was a company called Friend Finder Networks, which is a bunch of dating websites. And together with my partner, grew that company to 600 employees, doing $350 million a year in sales, which was a long stretch from the kid that grew up with no electricity in an outhouse on welfare. Imagine how it was just kind of going from complete poverty to successful businessman. And along the way, I learned a lot of ins and outs and had a lot of run-ins with the government, so to speak. But when I sold the company there, um, the IRS immediately came after me, and they wanted $20 million worth of tax revenue from me, of which I never actually got the money. So they did a 5-year inquisition against me, and basically were trying to rob me of everything that I had ever made in the last 20 years of hard work. And so I have no love for the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board of California, and so that's one of the things that pushes me forward is abolishing the IRS and getting rid of the taxation, getting rid of our payroll taxes so that everybody keeps 100% of the money that they make. Growing up, working in uh, kitchens and delis and that sort of thing, bread factories and that sort of thing. I knew that I needed to stretch my money, and the government was always seemed to be taking the money out of my pocket every year, and so or every paycheck, and so that was a real problem for me. I how I kind of came to libertarian is kind of an interesting story. I've been voting all my life, and I have never yet voted for a congressperson that has taken office. So I've never really felt represented. I've never felt like I was a Democrat or a Republican, and I always kind of felt a little lost. I started voting early on. The first guy that really caught my eye was a guy named Ross Perot, and I voted for him because he was talking about how we had this massive deficit and this massive debt that was going to burden the children of the youth of today. And at that time, I was the youth of today, but that was a long time ago, so no longer the youth of today. But I voted for him, and I had this idealistic thing that somehow he was going to win, and we were going to conquer the Republicans and the Democrats, and we finally would, get somebody in office that was serious about tackling the debt. And of course, he didn't win. And not only did he not win, but he did such a good job that the duopoly got scared and really changed all the rules right after that run. And so the next guy that was sort of caught my eye was this guy named Ron Paul. And for the same reason, he was talking about getting rid of the debt, reducing the deficit, getting rid of the debt, balancing the budget, and then he also introduced this idea to me of ending the Federal Reserve, and that I've always been interested in finance and markets and that sort of thing, and that really appealed to me. And the more that I've been running for president, the more I've realized how corrupt the Federal Reserve is and how it steals the standard of living from each and every American tax citizen each and every day. The standard of living is being robbed through inflation. Obviously, we're all feeling the pinch of that right now. Prices have gone up. People are having to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Housing and childcare and healthcare and all these things are just completely out of touch. So I still didn't know I was a libertarian even after I voted for Ron Paul. What finally brought me to Libertarian was I was online on Facebook. After I had sold my company, I started a bunch of Facebook web car pages, and grew these car pages. Was supposed to be a hobby, and that ended up growing into 25 million fans on Facebook and a 10-year business on Facebook around my car hobby. Um, but so that was kind of an interesting little twist. But I was online and I took one of these quizzes that would tell you whether you were a Republican or a Democrat, or and my friends were all showing off their quiz and where they landed on the chart and stuff. So I thought this would be funny because will it tell me I'm a Republican or a Democrat? I've never known all my life. And I take the quiz and it's 90-90 libertarian. What the hell is a libertarian? So I literally had to Google what is a libertarian, and I don't know if I ended up on the platform or whatever. It's been a while, but I remember just reading down the list of things that the Libertarian Party at the time was promoting, and I thought, oh my God, I finally found my people. That people that are like for ending the drug war, but also for your 2A rights, that are for free speech and are for freedom and for reducing government in our lives. So I was really excited about that. But the Libertarian Party, I feel like, has a messaging problem. Even after all of that, I registered as a libertarian. I voted for and donated to Gary Johnson's campaign, the first one. That was the first time I ever donated any money to a political party, to a political thing. But I still didn't realize there was a party until really in 2020, when I really started following politics a lot more. Partly because I watch a lot of business news, and and I'm watching this business news, and they're talking about this thing that's going on in China, where there's some virus or something that's on the loose in China, and they're literally locking their citizens inside their houses. And I thought, wow, that is just absolutely crazy. Thank God I live in America, where they would never ever lock down the American citizens and tell them they couldn't go outside and that they would have to do all these lockdown measures. And little did I know, 2 or 3 months later, we're full COVID. And where I live in California, the governor is so authoritarian that he was basically arresting people that were sitting in their cars watching the sunset. And then I was watching as people were rioting during the Black Lives Matter riots and then during the January 6th activities. And I realized everyone in America is completely pissed off. It doesn't matter if you're a left leaning person or a right leaning person. You feel like the system isn't working for you. You feel like your voice isn't heard. No one has faith in our election systems. No one has faith in our healthcare systems, our criminal justice systems, our education systems. And I started realizing quickly that all of the systems that we have in America today are rigged, and they're rigged against the regular people, and they're rigged in such a way to basically grant the rich and the powerful and the elites in Washington all the resources that we have, to funnel the resources from us to them through the Federal Reserve, through the banking cartel. And so I realized I needed to do something about it. My friends kept pushing me to run for office. They said, you have a lot of good ideas, you have a strong business background, you know how to change things, you should do something. And then I was watching Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen during COVID, going across the country in their bus, and I thought, wow, it's great that they're reaching people and they're getting out there during this COVID, but we should be doing online stuff. I literally have 25 million fans on Facebook right now, and I'm reaching 6-7 million people a day, and they're on a bus reaching people in little parks. And I thought, this doesn't seem to be the most beneficial way to spend money to reach the most people to get our message out there. And that's what I'm kind of saying, is that we have a messaging problem in the Libertarian Party, that we're not getting our message out to regular people. We're not resonating with regular people. And so my campaign is about unrigging the system. And I have basically 5 pieces of policy that I've been working on with my team for almost a year now. I hired Larry Sharp almost 9 months ago to help me on messaging and to help me with my campaign and with my policy. So he's been working with me. And then I have a whole slew of people. I have Tyler Harris, who was the ex-executive director of the party, Seth Levy, who worked on the Joe Jorgensen campaign and on the Gary Johnson campaigns. So I have a really excellent team. TJ Ferreira out of California, and the list goes on and on. I have about 200 people who are volunteering for me in all different states and that sort of thing. And so that's really good. And what we're trying to do is just basically call attention to primarily 5 things. And you can see this, all these pieces of policy. I won't go into them all and bore you to death, but at lars24.com is all of my policy pieces, including white papers on some of the more important things. And a big piece of it is that one of the things I'm trying to do is, I realize running for president that our whole election system is rigged to the point where libertarians really don't have a chance at winning the presidency. That the path to winning 270 electoral votes is really challenging, given all the winner take all laws and that sort of thing. And so one of the things that I kind of came up with, kind of out of my business solution, my business background, was I was like, what can we do in the Libertarian Party as a presidential candidate to really stir up the pot, to really get national attention for the Libertarian Party, to really put us on the map and make the country, everyone in America, Google what is a libertarian and find libertarianism like I did. Because I feel like there's a lot of people out there, they just don't know about us. I still hear all the time after 50 years of this party, oh, you're a MAGA who smokes dope, or you're you're a libtard, or whatever, right? Because you have lib and libertarian or whatever. So I think that we really need to step up our messaging game. And so what I put together is a plan, and the plan is to win electoral votes on election night. And it turns out that 200 years ago, in the election 200 years ago, there was a contingent election. And this is where neither of the 2 presidential candidates, in this case, Trump or Biden, could get 270 electoral votes to win. And this causes what's called a contingent election. And that sends it to the House of Representatives to decide who's going to be the next president of the United States. And can you imagine on election night, they're going across the map there, and California is blue, and Texas is red, and Florida is red, and what in the hell is this gold crap on the map up here? And so I really feel like that would be, an amazing thing, and it would give libertarians the win that we need, because we don't win. And this would allow for people to stop saying, well, I'd vote for you, but you can't win. We would show that we have political power. And so I've been putting this plan into action. I'm not waiting for the for the nomination to start doing this. I've been pushing forward on this. I've been meeting in Maine and Nebraska. I went to Maine early on and was presenting this idea, and they said, that's great, Lars, but we don't have ballot access for you. And it turns out that they needed 5,000 registered libertarians, and the state of Maine had deleted all the libertarians off of the voter rolls. And there was a lot of lawsuits and things. But long story short, I ended up having to put $25,000 of my own money, getting a group of people together, hiring a bunch of professional people to go out and get these 5,000 registered voters. And we just barely squeaked it by on January 1st, and we were able to get major party status for Maine. So I can go in there and actually, do this thing. So what does this all, kind of come to? Well, last week or so, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was on a Schmerkanish show, which is a XM radio, Sirius XM radio show, and also on the Julie Mason show. And I've been pitching this Stop 270 plan, deny Trump and Biden the 270 electoral votes needed to win. And I'm pitching on this show, and it's a pretty big show. Like, a lot of people listen to it, a lot of political people listen to it. And so what ends up happening is, we're on the ground in Nebraska, and we've got our team there. We've been building it up, and Trump comes out and tells the governor of Nebraska, we need to stop and part of the reason I picked Nebraska and Maine is because they split their electoral vote. They're the only two states that don't have winner take all. And so Trump comes out on the news and says, we have to get Nebraska to switch back to winner take all because we don't want to have this split electoral vote in Nebraska because it might cost me the election. And so now so they ended up having a vote in the Nebraska State House on trying to get it back, but it failed. And then this whole week, Aaron Burnett on CNN is talking with Andrew Yang from the Forward Party, and she's literally saying there might be a contingent election. This might come down to 1 or 2 electoral votes in a couple of small states. So they're literally talking about my plan on national TV. And so we're really pushing for, for getting this thing going. I think it's the way to put libertarians on the map. I think it's the way to get a lot of people to Google what is libertarian and really grow this party, get the funding that we need going. Obviously, we're having a lot of fundraising problems in this party right now. I've put $700,000 of my own money into this campaign so far. I have a lot of resources and the business acumen to pull this off. What I need from you is I need you delegates to go to Washington, D.C. in 50 days and vote for me as the nominee in order for me to push this plan forward and really give the Libertarians a win that we deserve. So please go to lars24.com, sign up to be a volunteer, sign up to be a delegate. Love to have you vote for me in Washington, D.C. And that's pretty much my pitch, and I'd love to take any questions that anybody has. I can't really see hands, so if you guys see hands, you call them out. No questions?
Yeah, I'll ask a question, Lars.
Okay.
There was recently a poll in Alaska. About 30% of Alaskans were in favor of Alaska seceding from the Union. Can you speak a little bit to your thoughts on national divorce, what happens to federal military bases? Also, the federal government owns like 80% of Alaska land, so just any thoughts you have on all of that?
Yeah. Well, I think that, we should have the right to secede, but I don't think that that's going to be a thing that is actually a reality. I think that the federal government would not allow that to happen and that we would basically have civil war. And I'm not on the side of anybody dying, but I do believe that we should have the right to hold our government accountable. And if that means, being able to leave, then I think we should be able to do that. But I just think that that is probably a path that won't happen and would likely lead to a lot of bloodshed. And I'm always against that.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I actually have 2 questions. Earlier, when you talked about all the taxes, I'm a small businessman, and I don't know who thinks up these things. Inventory tax. My gosh, you have to pay tax on just having inventory. Do you have that in California?
In California, I'm not sure if they have inventory tax because all my businesses were virtual with internet and that sort of thing. But I do know that that's a real problem. One of my volunteers lives in, I want to say Mississippi, and she has a bunch of sound equipment and she has to pay that. And she was complaining about that. Taxes are just abhorrent. I want to see as least amount of tax as possible in America. One of the things I ask people all the time is, do you think that the government spends the money that it takes from us wisely and efficiently? And I've never yet had a Democrat or a Republican say yes. And I say, that's the place we can start. We can all agree that the government could spend the money more wisely and efficiently. So that means there's lots of government to chop before we get to ever raising any more taxes. And in fact, taxation, of course, is theft, and so I'm for getting rid of as much taxes as possible within the purview of what the president can do, essentially.
Oh, just one other question about the right of self-defense in your platform. Until criminals are more afraid of their victims, I don't think all these solutions, we're going to crack down on this and we're going to, what is your position on re-legalizing self-defense. Everybody says, "Oh, well, yeah, it's legal," but everybody that does is almost prosecuted like a criminal. What
Yeah.
is your position on right of self-defense?
Yeah. Well, for me personally, I don't think the government's going to come and defend you. If things really hit the fan, it's not going to be the government. It's not going to be the police that come defend you. It's going to be, up to you. And this really kind of came to fruition for me during the Black Lives Matter riots and during the January 6th stuff that I was talking about. I'm a firearm owner. I think that you should have the right to defend yourself and your family, and that, when push comes to shove, it's not going to be the government that's going to, be there for my family. It's going to be me. And I think that you should have the right to defend yourself and your family against harm. I mean, that seems like a basic human right to me.
Okay. Well, so the government comes afterwards if you do the job they're not doing and defend yourself. Then they come and then they arrest you.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a backwards. I was thinking I'm not looking for them to defend me at all. I'm looking at my right to defend myself. So if there's anything can be done in that area, I'm wide open ears to hear all about it.
Yeah, I think, for the most part, that's not going to be something that is a presidential thing. That's going to be more local and state. But I think that you can, as a president, you can put forth this kind of idea that you should have the right to defend yourself. And for me, that starts with the Second Amendment. And for me, there should be no federal gun laws whatsoever other than the Second Amendment. That is a bottom line for me. I'm very much
That's
pro
a good
2A.
answer. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any more? I see a good-looking dog there. That's good.
Yeah, she's my assistant this weekend.
All right,
Well,
excellent.
Thank you so much, Lars. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to address you, and have a great day.
You too. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay. Good afternoon, Art. Can you hear us? We do not seem to be able to hear you. I don't see that you're on mute, but we're just not getting any sound. It looks like he's hearing us. Yep. Hey, yeah, our tech guy is suggesting that you disconnect from the meeting and try to rejoin and see if that helps, because we're not getting any audio from you. Okay. Yep. So there are two suggestions. One is to switch your mic input, see if there's a different microphone that you can select, and then the other one is to disconnect from the meeting and rejoin. I have no idea. We're not getting any audio from you, Art. I'm sorry.
chat, tell him, ask him if he's hearing us.
Okay, we're gonna put something in the chat here for you. No. Okay, he can't hear us and we can't hear him. You might just type to him that we can't hear him either.
I told him we couldn't hear him either. Okay.
Yeah, we saw it.
I forget that I'm showing the whole screen all the time.
Also, how do you make it? I didn't want to just start pressing buttons while people were talking, but I didn't know how to make it full screen. So we were just watching.
The cursor onto the panel over the corner there.
Ah, okay.
Oh, we just got Joshua Smith in now. So, I say we let Josh go on here. Not, but hey, okay, he is scheduled for this time slot. Do we want to see if our microphone's working?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I hear somebody.
Hey, Art.
Yes.
Can you hear us now? We can hear you. Wonderful.
Oh, okay. Great.
yeah.
Finally. All right.
I just wanted to let you know, I think there may be some time zone confusion. We have you scheduled at 4:30 and it's 3:30 Alaska time right now. So we saw you hanging out in the meeting and we didn't want you to think you had to be there the whole time. So if you can come back in 1 hour, that would be perfect.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. We'll see you in an hour.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Good afternoon, Joshua.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Getting you up on my monitor up in front of me, so I'm not looking down like this at you guys the whole time. Hey, guys. Do I sound okay? Everything sound all right?
Yeah, you sound great.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much for having me. I appreciate you. I wish I could have visited the great state of Alaska. I got to go there in 2018, I believe. I flew into Anchorage and then got to drive up the Kenai Peninsula to Homer. Got to hang out at Salty Dogs. It was one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my life. It's right up there with Montana and some parts of Wyoming. So I'm sad I couldn't make it this time, but I do appreciate you guys letting me come on digitally. I hope you guys are having a great time. You know, most of the people in the Libertarian Party already know who I am. For those of you that don't, I was twice elected at large of the Libertarian National Committee, anti-war activist who came from Operation Iraqi Freedom 2, I guess the second Iraq war. Worked on Ron Paul's campaign in 2008. Of course, I was endorsed by Ron Paul for chair in 2020. And I've served the party in many different aspects. Podcaster, obviously, got a pretty big show. We're doing about 80,000 hits a show on Rumble now, which is great. We're doing about 5 million impressions for the campaign per week on social media. So we're really getting our name out there. I'm running an extreme campaign here, a really radical campaign on things like ending the warfare state, limiting and ending the Federal Reserve. Of course, I'm a big proponent of the family. I talk a lot about Title 40, the Social Security Act, which has completely driven a spike in the family in the United States. We went from 1 in 60 children living in a fatherless home in 1971 to 1 in 4 today. And a lot of that is being subsidized by the federal government to the states. And so that's something that's been a central tenet of my campaign. I don't want to inundate you guys with all this policy talk and all this stuff. I definitely want to answer a bunch of questions. I know you guys got questions for everybody, and I'd be more than happy to do that. But I just want you guys to know I'm dedicated to running this campaign through November. Should we get the nomination in DC? We've been to, I think, 20 states now, almost, maybe 19. And we still have some more to go before DC, but we are running a serious campaign. I know a lot of people were worried about that in the beginning, that, this Josh guy who kind of is a troll online isn't running a serious campaign, but we are. And we have been, and we've been trying to do everything we can to get our name out there. So I'm very interested in being the nominee for you guys come May. I look forward to seeing all of you guys in DC in May. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be more than happy to take them now.
All right. Do we have questions for Josh? Yeah.
Hey, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course.
I'd just like to, if I could, hear more about specifically that Federal Reserve kind of comment. What kind
Sure.
of plans you'd like to implement there to solve that or get away from it? Just more on that in general.
Sure. Well, here's the thing. We have the bumper sticker slogan, right? It's time to abolish the Federal Reserve. Everybody knows that's the libertarian position. This 1913 Federal Reserve Charter has absolutely destroyed our purchasing power in the United States in 2024. I mean, it's been an absolute mess. The problem is that a lot of libertarian candidates go out there and say that, but we don't have the power as the president. Should we get elected president, this Hail Mary and we get elected this year, we don't actually have the power as president to abolish the Federal Reserve. So there are some things that we can do. We get to nominate the Federal Reserve chair. I've committed to nominating somebody like Bob Murphy or a Ron Paul type of person who would go in with their baseball bat and start tearing down some walls. Of course, you also have the power to direct the Treasury. So a lot of people don't know this, but I think Mike Termott's talked a little bit about it, and I know Vivek talked about it quite a bit. You actually have the power to direct the Treasury and no longer take fiat currency from the Federal Reserve. And so that's something that I'd be committed to. And I'd really try to do everything in my power to tear down the Federal Reserve and then try to push it on Congress to get rid of it. Say, look, we're doing better without these things. If you guys can, pass it through Congress, we should rip up the charter. I would definitely make it a central part of my presidency should I get elected. I'm definitely going to make it a central part of my campaign. If we should get the nomination in May, we're going to talk a lot about the Federal Reserve. I've been working with a great team of economists, and I think that we have a lot to say. So, everything within my power to tear down the walls of the Federal Reserve is what I would do if I was elected. But we're going to tell people about the dangers. We're going to tell them about how this propped up the warfare state, how it's stolen their purchasing power, how it's making it impossible for them to buy homes for their families. We're going to talk about this stuff, hopefully in an exciting way that isn't putting people to sleep, just talking, droning on about economics. So thank you.
Thank you.
You guys, I wore my best Alaska shirt today. I hope everybody is okay with that.
Oh, long time no see.
What's going on, Leighton? It's been like two whole days, man.
So, we had earlier a question that came from one of our other board members here about independence, secession, that sort of idea. I want to kind of give you that same kind of boilerplate question because I think it's a good one. What is your take on states seceding from the Union or just state independence in general?
Full support. I mean, at the end of the day, look, we have a federal government that has absolutely 100% overstepped their authority, the Constitution, and it's really the right of the people to secede from a government that has become tyrannistic or despotic. So I'm in full support. I've talked quite a bit in the past, especially if you watch my show about national divorce, peaceful national divorce before violence. I'd rather see a state secede than turn to violence. So I'm not. I would be in full support even as president. I would commit no acts of violence or tyranny on states that wanted to secede, and I would wish them well and hope that they, could succeed on their own. I think that's the right of every state, and truly, I believe, in my heart of my anarchist heart of hearts, I believe that's the right of every individual as well. So, I definitely wouldn't stop a state from doing that. Maybe there's a point to be made where the president should find out what is bothering a state and see if it can be fixed. But I mean, the way the federal government treats states and individuals now, I don't see any reason why states wouldn't want to secede. So I'm in full support.
Thank you.
Of course. Are you guys in Anchorage? Is that where you're at? Oh, Wasilla. Yeah. I kind of heard that.
So we're in Wasilla. Sarah Palin's used to be mayor here.
Sure.
That's my question, and I asked previous. What was the first candidate name was? Lars. Yeah, and it was about self-defense, and of course the federal government infringing on our right to keep and bear arms, and he gave to me the best answer, at least as I'd ever heard, and I get your take on it. He said the only federal gun law that he supports is the Second Amendment, and ends right there. On repealing, there's like 22,000 gun laws, state, federal, everything else. What is your commitment to basically making gun rights something that can fit inside the Constitution? What is your commitment and to self-defense?
Sure. I'm going to take it a step further than Lars Mapstead and say that the Second Amendment is only there to protect our God-given right to self-defense and ownership of property. So, I don't have a lot of faith in the Constitution these days. I understand that, if we could get back to the Bill of Rights, that would be huge for the United States. I mean, I don't want to blow smoke up anybody's butt. I know that is absolutely of the utmost importance is getting back to the Bill of Rights at a minimum. But I've written this extensively in my platform. I'm a big proponent of abolishing all federal gun laws entirely, getting rid of the NFA entirely. I want to get rid of the 1994 school gun ban. I want to get rid of background checks, all of it. I mean, everything. Everything is an infringement on the rights. And look, we have states now using what the federal government has implemented to start red flagging people. And that's going to become, there's states all over the country that are fighting for that. And then we have other states like mine, Iowa, and yours to some extent, and several others that are passing constitutional carry, that are trying to pass laws to abolish all federal gun laws in the state. Like we have legislators here in Iowa that are working on a bill to basically nullify all federal gun laws. And I think that's great. I think more states should start doing that. But as at the federal level, I'm going to go in and I'm going to, a lot of people are like, executive orders are unlibertarian. And it's like, well, what about all the executive orders that abolish as much stuff as absolutely possible? My elbow's going to get sore on the first couple of days because I'm just going to start getting rid of every single possible thing that I can that infringes on the rights of Americans. Look, we have a God-given right to self-defense, period. That's the end of the argument. Everybody. I don't care if you've been a criminal before and you've paid your penance to society and you've gotten out. You shouldn't be told that you don't have the right to protect your family. Look, if you committed a dumb felony when you were 19 years old or 20 years old, and then you're 40 and you still can't own a gun and you have a family and children and someone's breaking your house and you have no right to protect yourself, that's not America. That's not how we work. And so I'm a fan of abolishing every single federal gun law possible. And taking it back to what God intended for every American and every human to be able to defend themselves.
Oh, and just to be fair to Lars, he didn't mean that it was he meant a federal gun law. That's a gun law that applies to the federal government.
Sure.
That says, leave people alone. So it is God-given, so he wasn't in disagreement with that, and I'm not either. It is. And I guess I am in favor of that. It is a federal gun law telling the federal government butt out. But I do appreciate your answer. Spiro Agnew you remember, I don't know if you're old enough to remember, former vice president, death threats. And they said, you cannot carry a gun. You're a felon. It was a tax violation.
Right.
I mean, yeah, they expand this basically to include, so that brings me to another part about it. I belong to Gun Owners of America, but like the NRA and these other so-called right-wing gun groups say, we need rigorous enforcement of existing gun laws, block new ones. And I'm thinking, my God, if there was rigorous enforcement of all of these gun laws, anybody that has a gun would be in jail. Right. But you're in favor of the, like you say, repeal of all of it then.
Of everything, everything possible from the power of the presidency. I'm totally in favor of repealing. Look, I'm not going to be the president of the United States, most likely because I don't like the NRA and I'm not going to take any money from AIPAC. Okay, like these are two organizations that I can't stand. Gun Owners of America is much better. National Association of Gun Rights is absolutely stellar at what they do. Firearms Policy Coalition is absolutely amazing at what they do. The NRA needs to die in a fire. I mean, it's really they've been behind so much of the gun legislation that goes on in the United States. It's almost like a psyop at this point. So and they're unfortunately everybody, every right wing guy wants that sticker. They all want that National Rifle Association sticker on their truck. But I'm going to use the platform to say that there's so many better gun rights activists and groups out there that are just doing amazing, stellar work. And I wish they'd go to the dustbin of history for sure, really quick.
Oh, okay, thank you. The National Republican Association, we called it, since up here in the Valley, there was nobody running on the Democrat ticket. So the guy says, hey, instead of petitioning, I can just file. And it was total gun rights. And you had this rhino Republican that, was very soft on it. But the NRA supported the Republican. And they said, oh, well, we're supporting him because he's the Republican. So, yeah, thank you. That's a very good answer. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much for your questions. I really appreciate it. Someone got a dog in there? Heck yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
What I'm talking about.
She's my assistant this weekend.
I like it.
So I apologize. This is maybe a little bit of an uncomfortable question. I was at Reno. I supported you for the vice chair. And I'm feeling a little once bitten, twice shy over the resignation. So you don't have to get into any of the messy details, but what would you say to people like me, who might be a little leery of supporting your campaign?
Sure. I'd say the same thing I've been saying for over a year now. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I absolutely did not want to let anybody down. It was not my intention. Just know that, and I've talked exhaustively about the reasons why I resigned, and I wasn't happy with what I saw. I mean, that was a lot to do with it. I was getting thrown under the bus for some stuff that I don't care to talk about too much anymore, but it just wasn't a good situation, and I wasn't going to sit there for 2 years and take the brunt of it. But I'm sorry that I resigned, and just know that I started fighting to get that LNC in 2017. I traveled to all 50 states except for Alaska, although I did travel to Alaska right before I ran for chair the first time. I sacrificed places to live. I sacrificed jobs. I sacrificed a relationship. I really bled and sweated for us to get that LNC. So just know that that resignation did not come with a very, very heavy, thought out situation. It was not an easy thing for me to do after all of that, to resign. And there was some serious reasons for me to do it. And the best thing I can offer is an apology. I'm sorry that if I let people down that supported me, but know that I'm still here. I'm just not on the LNC. I'm still doing things. I'm still trying to move our message and promote liberty in the United States. I worked for the last 3.5 years at the State House here in Iowa, trying to get rid of mandates. I worked with policy coalitions. I've worked with the Libertarian Party in several states. I've worked with candidates. I'm still doing the things that I was doing before. I'm just not on the LNC. And so, but I do apologize. Truly. I mean it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Hi, Megan Truck here.
Hey.
Could you talk about pardoning powers of the president? Who would you pardon? Getting into that, if you would pardon, and all that sort of thing.
Sure. So in my platform right now, I have on day one, we're pardoning Julian Assange, Ross Ulbricht, and Edward Snowden. These are 3 absolute must pardons right away. Americans have to be free to blow the whistle on tyrannical acts. They have to be free to give free and fair reporting. Journalists cannot be getting locked up for reporting on things that are bad in the United States. And to every extent, the United States public deserves to be able to make commerce that circumvents the federal government, and you shouldn't get 2 life sentences in federal prison for it. So those are the 3 that I have listed currently on my platform. of course, I believe that most nonviolent offenders who minor drug crimes that are sitting in jail shouldn't be in jail. I mean, there's an exhaustive list of people I'm sure I could go through and sit down and want a pardon right away. So, I'm going to try to anybody who's been hurt by the United States federal government, especially, and been locked away in a prison for something that shouldn't have been a crime in the first place is definitely going to get a pardon from me. I'd take it a step further and work with the Supreme Court to try and overturn convictions too. I think that that's a possibility from the president. The president doesn't have the power to overturn convictions, but they certainly can work with the courts, some of the district courts too, to try and overturn convictions. So I would do that as well. I've also said I'm in favor of reparations. Now wait. I want to abolish the ATF. I know I don't have the power to do that, but we do have the power to lay off 75% of the ATF. I want to bulldoze the ATF headquarters, turn it into a dog park in remembrance of all the fallen dogs. But I want to sell off a lot of the ATF equipment and pay reparations to everybody who's had to unconstitutionally buy an NFA tax stamp. So those are the reparations I support. Thanks. Anybody else? Let's go. Come on.
I guess kind of on a follow-up on that, I remember I think it was Vivek had some crazy ideas about cutting agencies like this and overlap and kind of ways to actually attack the budget. I think the way things have gone, that's probably not in the cards anymore. Do you think any of those kind of, I don't know if you'd heard any of those details, do you think any of that has merit, any of it's possible? Is a scorched earth, get rid of everything you can immediately approach kind of better, or
Vivek was right. Well, Vivek was absolutely right, 100%. Look, there's a lot of things I don't agree with Vivek on. Of course, I don't want to go to war with Mexico. I think that's hilarious. It's definitely not something I want to do. I go to war with Canada before I go to war with Mexico, probably. But no, the truth is that Vivek was right. The president does not have the power to abolish all of these alphabet agencies. And we need to think about that as libertarians, because we constantly go out there and we're like, abolish the ATF, abolish the IRS. We're gonna abolish all these things. And then if we were to win president, we'd just not be able to deliver on that at all. It's not something that the president has the power to do. Almost all those agencies are an act of Congress. I do believe there's some loopholes for things like the Board of Education, and a few others as well. But no, you absolutely have the power to do mass layoffs. And that's something that I would do. And look, these federal agencies have gotten so incredibly out of the scope of the job they were supposed to do in the first place. We have the FBI now, infiltrating Catholic groups and going to school board meetings and telling soccer moms that they're domestic terrorists because they're worried about vaccines. Like, it's insane. They've grown so far out of the scope. And so we absolutely have to roll this administrative state, this bureaucratic state back. And that's going to take mass layoffs. And I would totally 100% be on board for that. Look, if we could get the FBI down to a level where they only have time to go after interstate sex traffickers and interstate serial killers, I don't think anybody's going to complain about them anymore, But the fact of the matter is that they're infiltrating Catholic groups and calling them traditional Catholic extremists. Like, what? That's my grandfather was an extremist Catholic. He never hurt anybody, And so it is a real problem with these people. They've just grown out of the scope. And we talk a lot about on the show. I talk a lot about Waco. And if you guys are familiar with what happened around Waco, the ATF was up for a budgetary hearing. And in these organizations, these alphabet agencies, if they don't spend their whole budget, they don't get that same budget the following fiscal year. And so they go out of their way to find things to do to grow their budget. And they continue to ask for more money. They keep growing their agencies. It's just it's what the federal government does in general, is they're always looking to seek to gain more power, to make themselves larger, to have more control. And the alphabet agencies and the administrative state, the bureaucratic state, they are no different. They're the same exact thing. They're just little arms of the federal government. And so it has to be done. It's not something that should we not. It has to be done. It's the only way we're ever going to get the ATF off normal law-abiding citizens' backs, is by getting rid of 75% of the workforce. It's the only way we're going to get the FBI out of school board meetings and the Department of Education out of the schools. This is the only way we're ever going to be able to accomplish that without getting an entire libertarian Congress or Senate, right? And so like it has to be done. We have to have a president that's talking about those things. We have to have presidential candidates that are talking about those things. I respected Vivek for that. I thought it was great. I wish more presidential candidates were talking about that, but you saw what happened in the Republican Party when you start talking about those things, because they don't really care about that. They don't really care about smaller, smarter government. They only care about their own pet projects. And the libertarians, we have the luxury, of being able to actually talk about cutting those things because we don't have any pet projects. It's all about rolling back the size and scope. And so that's what I'm here to do, man. And that's what I'm going to, should I get the nomination in May, I'm going to use it as a 50-state media tour to go out and talk about these things to the public.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, here we go. That's Josh, isn't it? I could tell. Yep.
Yes, it is.
What's up, buddy?
So what's your take on when Biden stopped the oil lease sale of Anwar?
I can't. What's up? One more time. You cutting it out.
What is your take on when Biden by executive order, stopped the oil lease sale of Anwar up in near Barrow?
I'm not familiar.
Okay, thank you.
I'll look it up though. But I don't think. I think my answer to most things that the federal government steps into when it comes to the market in general is always going to be like stay out of it. But I'll have to look more into it. I'm not entirely familiar with it. And I will look more into it. I promise.
I got one on
Sure.
follow-up when she asked about, pardoning. There's people, there's this January 6th turned into like a witch hunt. There's people, thousands of miles away that have been arrested, and so very few people even went inside. And then even up here, we have a representative, his name is David Eastman, being prosecuted for ethics violations because he supported the Canadian Freedom Convoy. Now, things extending thousands of miles, things that are freedom of expression, you might say, freedom of protest, whether it's the Canadian convoy or 99.99% of the people that were there on January 6th. And it's being used as an excuse to reach out and accuse anybody, like a witch hunt, of being connected with it. Not that that's a crime, and some have been imprisoned. And you could even go to type in Facebook, David Eastman, Alaska, and just for supporting a freedom of expression in another country. All these things that are like crimes. As far as pardoning goes, not just pardoning, but reparations. I want your take on these witch hunts that are going on.
Sure. So I've been very loud about the January 6th protesters. I won't call them rioters. I don't think there was a true riot going on there. I look, they're still prosecuting today, right now. They're still indicting right now journalists who were just there on January 6th, and that just blows my mind. Look, it's a power move. It's a power play. The federal government wants to stifle any ever again. They never want to see this happen again. They never want to see a large group of people who are pissed off at the Capitol, maybe or maybe not threatening these people. They never want to see that again. So they're making an example out of everybody they possibly can so that they can keep you from doing the same things. I think the January 6th protesters, every single one that's in prison today needs to be released immediately and pardoned. I feel that way about anybody who's in jail for protesting or being somewhere the taxpayer money pays for the Capitol, right? Like this, everything that goes on in that Capitol, every maintenance worker that works at that Capitol, every project that goes on there, everything is paid for by taxpayer dollars. And we had just sat through maybe the greatest tyranny in our lifetimes, right? Like from March of 2020 through 2022, 2023. They were locking people down. They were masking your children. They were trying to forcibly inject you with an experimental vaccine. I mean, this was the most tyrannistic time in the history of my life, at least, maybe ever in the United States. People were pissed off, and they had a right to be mad. and they continue to have a right to be mad. And the freedom truckers have a right to be mad. And like everybody has a right to be mad. And the federal government can't just put you in jail for being mad. And so like these people have to be released. They absolutely have to be pardoned. They shouldn't have been convicted in the first place. All their convictions should be overturned. You know, I've had several January 6th protesters that have been in jail on my show. These are like peaceful family people, right? Like the Lectern guy I've had on the show several times. He's amazing. And he, you know, he's like a peaceful family guy with like 6 kids, just like has a bunch of kids like me. And he's like a good dad. And they like put him in prison over this, right? And so like it has to be stopped. And I don't think, you know, I don't think we certainly don't have a justice system in America that's going to stop doing it, because they want to see people like this go to jail so that it stifles any more dissent. And like, we don't have a federal government that really speaks out in favor of them either. I mean, there's a couple of people here and there who like pay lip service to this stuff. But if we had a president in the White House that was like, you know, we're not gonna put people in federal prison for being upset with us. Like that's what we need to see. And I definitely be that guy, man. And I'm gonna talk a lot about the January 6th protesters, especially should I get the nomination in May. I think that it's a hot button issue. I think that people are still going to jail over it today. And I gave, you know, probably one of the best debate questions on this topic that I've ever given at the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania in-person debate. If you guys haven't seen that one, definitely check it out. I got a little razzed about it. It's one of those issues, man. We as Americans, we should be allowed to be pissed off at our government. Like it says so in our Constitution. And so you know, like I said, I don't have a ton of faith in the Constitution, but it is a piece of paper that's supposed to limit the government's actions. And it gives us the right to be mad and peacefully protest and replace our government when they're not doing a good job. And so, yeah, I believe that all these people should be released, and we should stop trying to prosecute upset people.
Yeah, and not just people mad at this government, but somebody being prosecuted because he has friends that are pissed at the Canadian government.
Yeah, let me tell you, I'm
being
prosecuted
prosecuted in Alaska.
I'm pissed at the Canadian government. I'm pissed at the Israeli government. I'm pissed at the American government. Listen, governments are not great. Okay, and that's the moderate position. They're not great. They're the vast majority of them are despotic, and they use the people as tax cattle. They continue to enforce and impose restrictions on your freedoms, and it needs to be shut down soon. Anybody else? Yep. I'll take more if you guys got more. If not, it's okay.
I think you answered everything for everyone.
Awesome.
Amazing job.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you guys so much, man. Like again, I'm really sorry that I couldn't be there. I would love to be in Alaska, and should we get the nomination, I'm sure I'll visit Alaska at some point. We're going to do a 50-state media tour if we get the nomination. I look forward to seeing anybody who's going to be in DC. It's going to be a good time. We're definitely going to have a hospitality room if you guys want to come by and hear more about the campaign and about our plans and meet, you know, the members of the campaign team. There'll be a lot of them there. So I appreciate you guys having me on. It means the world to me, and thank you for all that you're doing in Alaska.
Thanks for taking the time today.
Yeah. By the way, thank you guys. By the way, go to joshuasmith2024.com if you want to support the campaign. There's several ways to do it. You can support money-wise. You can support, become a volunteer for the campaign. You can also sign up for the email list just if you want to get updates on the campaign. We appreciate all the help we can get, and I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Hello, Michael. Can you hear us?
Yes, how are you?
Doing well. How are you today?
Okay, very well, thank you.
Okay, so we have you scheduled for 15 minutes for like a speech or address, and then 15 minutes of questions. But if you want to, shake that time up, just you have 30 minutes. So however you want to use that is fine.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Great.
Let me know when to start.
I think we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, so hello, Alaska. Nice to be here. I'll let everybody get seated and I'll start here. I'm Michael Rechtenwald and I'm running for president as a Libertarian. And I'm in it to win this nomination because I believe the party must be represented by the maximum program for liberty, the strategy of decentralization, and the ideal of anarcho-capitalism. But even more than this, I'm in it to win it because I'm the candidate who best understands the current threats to liberty. Yes, the usual suspects, the Federal Reserve's destruction of our dollar, the endless wars, the alphabet agencies, the regulatory regime, the security state, etc. But also the censorship industrial complex, climate change catastrophism, the WHO pandemic treaty, disease X, whatever that might be, and so forth. I've researched these issues very thoroughly and have written numerous essays and several best-selling books on them. So I'm well positioned to address these kinds of issues. It isn't enough to have excellent policy prescriptions. Of course, policies matter, but for too long, the LP has ignored the fact that politics is downstream from culture. The winning candidate must also know how to counter the state's narratives that end up garnering support for the policies that threaten liberty. If the candidate fell for the propaganda during the COVID crisis, or even enforced the most rights-infringing restrictions in modern history, or if they've parroted the regime propaganda on Israel like RFK Jr., forget about it. The broad electorate doesn't care who served the Libertarian Party the longest, although the broad electorate does not care about that. They don't care who's knocked on the most doors. So we don't need a party functionary to lead the party. This isn't a nomination for class president. It's a nomination for the best representative of the freedom philosophy. Nor do we need a mere vote getter. If we wanted a mere vote getter, we would nominate RFK Jr., God forbid. And of course, the argument against RFK Jr. is simple. He's a big government statist who believes the government is the solution to all our problems, whereas you and I know that the government is the problem itself. And we don't want to nominate someone whose messaging could have been delivered in a time capsule from 20 to 30 years ago. This isn't a nomination for these kinds of roles. This is a nomination for the person who is best positioned to conduct a 50-state and even an international messaging campaign, and who isn't afraid to tell the truth. So I'll just briefly enumerate some of my policy positions. On war, the only wars that should be fought are wars in self-defense, of course. All other wars violate the NAP. Proxy wars. I'm neutral on the wars between other nations or nations and non-state agents. Neutrality includes opposition to intervention, to sending arms and military aid to all other nations, including Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, or any other entity. Foreign aid only increases the tax aggression on the taxpayer, and it also increases the recipient state control over its own population and, of course, over those subject to its aggression. In terms of the military, I say we must close all military bases in foreign countries and bring all troops home to protect the home front. It's time to end all foreign entanglements. In the economy, we must abolish the entire regulatory regime, including the climate change catastrophist carbon cutting swindle The problem of so-called regulatory capture is only solved by eliminating government regulators and allowing the market to regulate itself, which it does just fine if left alone. We should abolish the alphabet agencies, the IRS, the FBI, the CIA, the NSA, the DOE, the ATF, the TSA, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of the Federal Reserve, we all know we must end and audit the Fed. But in advance of this, we can erode the Fed's money monopoly by encouraging the use of parallel alternative currencies like gold, silver, Bitcoin, and Monero, and by abolishing the legal tender laws. On immigration, one of the hottest issues today, we're undergoing a crisis caused by government. It follows from the restricted trade policies and foreign interventionist policies of the US, as well as the war on drugs. But it also involves the artificial incentivizing of immigration with social welfare payments. The result is a humanitarian crisis that doesn't benefit immigrants, Americans, or the economy. So I say that all forms of government social welfare, including free housing, cash payments, and other tax-supported programs, used to bait people to immigrate should end immediately. Now, I hear other candidates talk about ending social welfare for U.S. taxpayers, but then they turn around and say that we should give social welfare to incoming immigrants, artificially inducing immigration. So my policy on immigration is best characterized by the privatization of immigration. It starts from the premise that under a fully private property society, a society without a state and state-controlled property, the only borders would be the boundaries around private property. Property owners would decide on whether the borders to their own property are open or closed and who can enter. However, we live in a society with property controlled by the government. Open borders is still a federal government control of public property. I'm the only candidate who advocates limiting and eventually eliminating this government control of property by privatizing as much of so-called public property as possible. Meanwhile, so-called public property is rightly owned by the taxpayer. As such, taxpayers should have a say about who can immigrate and under what conditions. Immigration administered on an invitation basis should satisfy both the advocates of open borders, who could invite whomever they wish if they assume financial liability for those they invite, and restricted border advocates. On education, we need the complete separation of state and education. That means abolishing the Department of Education and cutting all federal funding of schools, of course. The ultimate solution is the complete privatization of education. In terms of universities, it means cutting all federal student loan and grant programs. This will reverse the infiltration and control of academia, which I know very well, by statist authoritarians. It will draw down the cost of higher education and eliminate student debt. And then finally, decentralization and nullification. I promote the rigorous use of the 10th Amendment to nullify unconstitutional federal laws and mandates by states and localities. The states created the federal government and not the other way around. Decentralize and win. Now, the political rhetoric of some of my fellow political presidential candidates, and they're all friends, they're beautifully polished statements on behalf of their candidacies. Such cosplay and LARPing would be droll and harmless were it not for the necessary and grave task that it not only leaves undone, but leaves virtually untouched. This is the task of freeing ourselves from the shackles of this massive and oppressive federal government. Frankly, this task is not one that can be accomplished by a single representative of the people. It will only be accomplished by the people themselves. The project for undertaking this task has been called decentralized revolution. But decentralization refers only to a strategy and not to the ultimate object. The ultimate object is, of course, maximum liberty. Now, maximum liberty cannot be achieved under the most massive state in world history, the behemoth known as the US federal government. Wanting to wield this federal government appropriately and benevolently is not why I'm in the race for the Libertarian Party's presidential nomination. You can't go in and commandeer the state and act like it'll be a benevolent entity just because you're in charge. I'm in this race to lead a movement to dismantle this behemoth, this central government. Now, Project Decentralization lies on this path, and I'm in this race to be its beacon. Finally, this is a nomination for who's best positioned to conduct a 50-state and even an international messaging campaign, and who isn't afraid to tell the unvarnished truth. I'm the candidate with the greatest name recognition beyond the Libertarian Party. I have appeared dozens of times on the biggest media outlets. Some of them you may or may not like. Tucker Carlson, Glenn Beck, the Epoch Times, American Thought Leaders, Tim Cast, and many, many more. The whole panoply. I have recently been invited to appear on Dr. Phil. Of all the candidates, I have the largest following in the broader liberty movement and the endorsements of its biggest leaders. Now, I ask you to go to wrecktheregime.com to support this campaign. That's wrecktheregime, R-E-C, theregime.com. We need an original thinker, a bold speaker, and a fearless leader. It's time to wreck the regime. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. I normally have my backdrop here, Wreck the Regime, behind me, but I've been traveling. We're kind of mobile right now, so I don't set it up every night. Questions?
As an author and a thought leader yourself, who do you look to in the liberty space, either currently or past thought leaders and philosophers that you look up to?
Oh, that's a great question. So thank you for asking that. My biggest mentor, although he's not alive, and I consider him to be one of the most brilliant libertarian thinkers ever, is Murray Rothbard. And so I'm a very astute student of his, all of his books, not just the usual ones that we hear about, like Anatomy of the State and On a New Liberty, but also his histories of economics and so forth. Just amazing work. Quite even to this day, I think, underappreciated and an underrated philosopher. Also Mises, of course, Ludwig von Mises. But, then getting into the more contemporary people, I mean, I read everybody. Walter Block, I read Stephen Kinsella, I read Hoppe, I admit. I'm not a Mises ogre, but I read Hoppe, sorry. And I read a lot. I read really widely. I can't name everything, but it's like, but my biggest hero is Murray Rothbard by far. It's unparalleled.
He's why I wear the bow tie. I call it my Rothbow.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we'd heard other candidates too mention it in abolishing agencies. Did you have any more details on how you were planning to attack that? What's the best way kind of to eliminate those? I know a lot of those are kind of congressional creations. So any thoughts on that kind of?
Sure. I think the president has a great deal of authority to eliminate employees of the federal government. And so that's how I would do it. Not like Vivek Ramaswamy was saying by percentages, but I would target particular agencies and get rid of them because they're not only not serving us, they're actually oppressing us, like the CIA, like the FBI. These are egregious institutions that do nothing for us. They're completely about control. their state apparatuses to punish and to control us. And of course, the IRS would follow in there. So the way to abolish the IRS is to make it unnecessary by eliminating the income tax. And eliminating the income tax does take a congressional bill, but you float those kind of things. But in the interim, as I said, the Federal Reserve is our, usually our biggest bugbear in there. And the Federal Reserve we can actually start to work against that monopoly by virtue of using parallel currencies. And that's why I promote Bitcoin and Monero. And, listen, I'm not out here to dictate what currencies people use. I think it should be a competitive marketplace of currencies. Like everything else, it should not be a monopoly. Monopoly is the biggest problem of all. And wherever we have monopolies, we have abuse, corruption, oppression, and so forth. And that's why, in the end, I'm ultimately an anti-statist altogether. I just think it's a monopoly that can never be limited per se. So just on that note, I think it's really important that we gotta have a message that's bold and exciting. And so talking about limited government as such is not really that exciting to people. Limited government, that doesn't really turn anyone on, frankly. So I think we need a bolder message than that. And I think that message is decentralization, nullification, and anarcho-capitalism ultimately. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm a big Bitcoin fan, so.
Awesome.
So this has kind of become the boilerplate question. I think I'm just going to continue to steal it from Nick here, but I asked Joshua Smith the same question. What was your opinion on the idea of state independence, state secession, and those kind of concepts that you see be brought up, especially now, I think more so than ever with a lot of the stuff that's going on in the media and all that?
Yes, I'm a big proponent of localization of government. And more authority we get locally, the more we can resist federal power and state government even. And likewise, I am a big proponent of decentralization, and that would include, if those states would have that prerogative, secession. And I think secession, so I'm in favor of a smaller, lesser government all the way around. So I'm looking for 1,000 Liechtensteins, as Papa put it. And that is as many small governments, the better. That's why, frankly, the erosion of the sovereignty of the United States through the globalist agenda is actually negative for the people, because it's eroding a small, semi-autonomous governmental operation in favor of a more world globalist operation, and that's bad. So we don't want globalism. Global government would be a total nightmare because it means there's no way out. There's no alternative. So the more alternatives people have, the better in the interim. So yes, I'm very much in favor of secession. In terms of Texas and its border, for example, I think, that according to, as long as they don't violate the NAP, they should be able to protect their own borders.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you about abolishing these alphabet agencies. I'm all for all of them, which would be difficult. You'd split your energy several different directions. I mean, I'm all for doing it. But to zero in specifically the worst ones to crack, well, of course, IRS is the first one that comes to mind. And maybe even a little bit before the IRS is the ATF, which is a taxation agency that's gravitated police powers and even legislative powers. It would be like if there was a child being abused in the house next door, you call local police. You don't call the Internal Revenue or the Customs Service. So people think it's about money. What's worse is when somebody imposes a tax on something and you're renting it, and then you refuse to take the tax. And you say, nope, you can't own this gun because you haven't paid the tax. Well, here's the tax. No, we're not going to take it. So because it is such a unconstitutional, twisted form of, I'm going to say, tyranny. I mean, it's such a perversion. How would you approach, let's say we're going to zero in on that one first, that may be the IRS. What would be your approach on that one, cracking that one?
Well, I think the approach is just to get rid of it. I mean, you just eliminate it. It's not worth. There's no tinkering with any of these things, right? I mean, the ATF is absolutely inimical to our rights. So to let it exist is really, it's a constitutional infringement by its very existence. So I would say, I don't know what the steps would be to take to do so, but I'd find out once I got a clear path to doing it. Thank you.
I just have one other question.
Sure.
And you touched on it earlier. You answered a lot more questions. And then a lot of people, a potential for running on the Libertarian ticket, and not me anymore, okay? I would say RFK. And they say, man, he was, and for me, I was even thinking, well, hey, maybe until he called the people at January 6th delusional, like they're mentally ill, and then from there you further elaborated, because he definitely talks a libertarian talk. I am suspect of what's behind it. So when people do come to me or I talk about them and as a potential, like I'm afraid to say, thought some weeks ago, what exactly is wrong with him? He sounds good, but what is wrong with him?
Everything that he said, yeah. Besides the fact that he has a voice issue, and then I don't hold that against him. In fact, I don't know if any of you saw it. I actually debated him directly in California, and there's a roundtable out there. If there was recording of this, I could have it found here, have my assistant send it to me and put a link in the comments. The biggest problem is the state is the solution to everything. So he's all about getting corruption out of regulation and the CDC and the FDA and all these agencies, but he never considers the fact that it's the fact that these agencies exist that they can be corrupted, first of all, and second of all, he doesn't see that having a monopoly over these regulations leads to corruption necessarily. I mean, that's just the way it is. Whenever you don't have to actually compete in the marketplace for providing a service and you get your money through extortion, this, of course, makes you a non-market player and therefore unresponsive and unresponsible to those who you putatively serve. So I would say, his biggest problem is he keeps everything he says sounds like it's good for the people. The people, but it's always involving adding a layer of government, like his 3% mortgage program, where he would have a 3% mortgages for first-time homeowners backed by the federal government, which he says is like having a rich uncle sign or co-sign your loan. And I'm thinking, and I meant to say, I didn't get this out at the debate, which rich uncle is that? Would that be Uncle Sam, who's $34.5 trillion in debt? That's hardly a rich uncle. That's a bankrupt uncle. So everything he says is it's all statism all the way down. Like, for example, they got onto the question of regulation and the environment, and he's a big environmentalist. And I pointed out to him that the one nation that had he talked about the importance of the so-called commons, which is really a misnomer. It's actually state property. And he talked about the importance of that. And I said, in the case of the Soviet Union, where all property was controlled by the state, they had the worst environmental record in the history of the world. So why would you entrust the state to protect the environment? And we got into some things, and he said, well, would you privatize the air? And basically throwing up this kind of like straw man. And I said, no, because the air is not really, to date, unless the government gets a hold of it, is not a scarce commodity. So we didn't. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is about the guy's a statist. I mean, it's all big government. And he would, I believe if he had the opening, I believe he would implement gun regulations. I believe that he would take guns away effectively from people. He has said as much in the past. He's also a believer in the narrative about climate change, which is a problem, because then you're going to take actions along those lines, which are very, very dangerous and punitive, and could lead to further erosion of our economy, because it puts these unbelievable restrictions on all kinds of industries, farming and transportation and so on. And he's a believer in climate change, like the story that they're telling, exactly as they're telling it. And I think that is dangerous. And so there's a possibility between you and me and all the rest of you there that he might seek the nomination of the Libertarian Party. And if he gets more than the vote of the person who nominates him, I think it's a travesty.
One thing, what you said about guns, I've heard him repeatedly in multiple videos, right off the bat, in front of very left-wing, what are you going to do to, restrict access to guns because of the school shootings? He says, I am not coming for anybody's guns, but mass shootings need to stop. You need to see the cause. You need to take proper security precautions. But but you say that he's claiming he is support. I've only heard him say he's not coming for guns. He wants to pull the plug on the problems. You say you have heard him say he wants to take guns?
Yes, I've heard him say that, he would pass, if Congress passed a gun restriction law or a gun ban on like assault weapons, he would sign it. That's what he said.
Okay, that's a piece that I hadn't heard. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I think we're just about at the end of our time here, Michael. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's nice to see everybody. Directive Regime, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, Art. Can you hear us this time?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wonderful. We can hear you as well.
All right.
Okay, so we have you scheduled for half an hour here. We've been kind of trying to do 15 minutes of an address and 15 minutes of questions, but it's really your half hour. So however you want to do it is fine.
Okay, great. All right. So in the 35 years that I've been a member of the Libertarian Party, I ran for state assembly, city council twice, and got elected to the city council. Became the mayor, and then I was the nominee for vice president, along with Harry Brown. When I was on the city council, I was able to do the things that libertarians want to do. There was a utility users tax that I cut it by 40%. I was able to, here's my buddy Lucas. Lucas, yeah, here you're kind of still in the show here. And we had a lighting assessment district, which every property owner in Bellflower had to pay. I completely eliminated that one. I stopped every instance of eminent domain that the good old boys were trying to put in there. And once I got the majority of the city council, I required the city to do competitive bidding on their contracts. And this made a huge difference. I privatized a lot of the services. We privatized crossing guards, street sweeping. We privatized the building department. We used to use the Los Angeles County Building Department, and they were very expensive, very inefficient. They occupied City Hall, and at the time I was building a house, and I would go up there to the desk, and the lady behind the desk would she'd look up and then she'd look down, made sure that she knew, made sure that I knew that she was ignoring me. A typical government employee. But I'm sitting there waiting patiently, and I don't know, I was probably there for 10 minutes waiting for her to acknowledge my existence. And then the city clerk walks by and she says, "Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Olivier, how you doing?" Boy, that lady looks up, she jumps out of her chair, runs over there. And that's the difference with a lot of government employees. They'll treat politicians one way and they'll treat the general public a different way. So the politicians don't see a problem with the way they're treated by government employees because, they treat you like royalty. But they treat the rest of the people like they're serfs, like they work for them. So I fired the Los Angeles County Building Department, privatized that, and then that way, when we had building that was going to be done in Bellflower, we would, because you got ebbs and flows, so sometimes you have a lot of work that'd be done, and if you just had city staff there, or in this case the county, they only so much could be done because you only have so many people to do the plan check and stuff. So everything gets backed up, nobody can get anything built. And then when there's nothing going on, now you got a bunch of government employees that are making, good money and not doing anything. So with the private company, we were able to get people to, anytime that we were having like a building boom, we bring more people in, and then as soon as that went away, they would go off to a different city and work somewhere else. So we cut the LA County Building Department was 50% more expensive than after I got rid of them. And back then, the city had to actually subsidize it also. So it was coming out of the general fund money just to subsidize the LA County Building Department. With the much lower cost, the much better service, then the city was actually making money. So that was a big one. We tripled the number of streets we paved, quadrupled the number of trees we trimmed. The city, the Long Beach Independent Press Telegram came after us. It's like, oh, the new council majority, heroes or hindrances, and they were talking about all these draconian tax cuts that we were doing, but we did. I mean, the people loved it. People loved having a libertarian mayor because we were doing the things that the people want, improving services and cutting taxes. And, and the competitive bidding process was huge. I have a background. I was an engineer at McDonnell Douglas and Boeing. And I did a lot of contracting there. So once I had the majority of the council, it wasn't just the good old boys. The contracts would come in. I'd say, this is the same 4 bidders you guys had last year. I said, I just throw the papers back at them, and I say, you give me, I want a lot more bidders on this thing because this is not going to fly with me. So they would advertise these jobs, and instead of 4, we were getting over 20 bidders on these things. And I made them write tight specs too, so we wouldn't have any change orders. So the bids were coming in way lower We didn't have the change orders, so you're not spending a bunch of money after the contract. The quality was much higher because before it was just the good old boys, and if they did a bad job, they knew that they had all the politicians in their pockets, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we were just getting so much more done, much higher quality at a much lower cost, and so that's why we didn't need the taxes. With the eminent domain, even before I had a majority on the council, I won every vote on that because the guy that called himself the kingpin, he owned a lot of property in town, and every time they were trying to do eminent domain, it was near his property, and so he was legally not allowed to vote on it. It was a conflict of interest because it was within, I think it was 600 feet of his properties, and so he couldn't vote on any of that. So every vote came up with a 2-2 tie, and they were never able to get eminent domain enacted. I didn't run for re-election. I was on the council for 5 years, but the following year, then I ran for the nomination for the Libertarian candidate for vice president. So during that campaign, I was on the road 6 days a week. What my scheduler would do was the states would say, hey, we'd like Art to come to Indiana or whatever. And so my scheduler would say, okay, well, you have to give him 3 to 5 solid days of media coverage for us to fly out there. And they would. And it was amazing. I was on like all the regional TV shows. I remember watching in Western Colorado. It was, we were at this party after my media events that day, and we turned channel, NBC, CBS, ABC. There it was. That was pretty cool. The major newspapers would cover the campaign. One of the things that I found in Denver, we had a big welcoming party at the Denver International Airport there. And so while I'm going to my first event, I'm in the limo and we're doing a interview on a rock and roll radio station. So the campaign would monitor how many website hits we were getting after one of our events. And it turns out that we were getting 5 times the hits on the website after I did that interview with the rock and roll radio show than Harry and I would get from just doing regular talk radio. I think that, well, young people just never heard, about libertarians and about ending the drug war and getting rid of the taxes and stopping all the other wars all around the country, or all around the world. So it really resonated, and that worked out really well. And when I was in Denver, Ralph Nader was there at the same time. He was running for president in the Green Party. And so we were getting equal amount of coverage in the newspapers, but his was all bad and mine was very positive. And the reason for that is because the Democrats were following Ralph Nader around and trying to sabotage his campaign because Ralph Nader, of course, is on the left, and he would take votes all the way from the Democrats. And libertarians, they know that we don't really take votes from one side or the other. We typically, when I've seen the results of who you would have voted for if you didn't vote for a libertarian, it's usually like 30% Republican, 30% Democrat, and then some other third party candidate or nobody at all. So we don't really take votes from one side or the other. One of the interesting things was after the election, we had what was called the hanging chads in Florida. This was the disputed election results. The hanging chads were these ballots, and you pushed out a little piece of paper, and sometimes the paper wouldn't completely fall out; it would kind of hang off the side. And now, do we count that as a vote, or do we not count it as a vote? And it was ridiculous. So anyway, they did a hand count of in many of the counties in Florida. They hand counted the ballots, and then in a couple of the counties, Harry and I ended up with 0 votes. The other third party candidates, because there was several at that in that election, had their votes counted, but we ended up with 0. And so the locals in those counties, they went to the voter registrar and said, how can that be? Here, they got like a dozen people there, and they're going, we all voted for him. How can it be 0? Well, that's just the way it is, So that was kind of eye-opening. Since the election in 2000, I've been active. I produced a movie. It was called Operation Terror, and I have been to international peace conferences in Tehran. The New Horizons, the International Conference, International Thinkers, and something like that. And one of those conferences got me put on the terrorist watch list. So when I came back into Los Angeles, the customs was waiting for me, and they took all my stuff and went through it. And then the FBI interrogated me. I was there for 2 hours while my wife was driving around the airport, trying to get a hold of me. But of course, they had my cell phone. So complete violation of our civil rights. But that's what they do. And on one of my flights, I was going up to Dubai, and they caught me right before I was getting ready going to an A380, put me in a little holding cell, little 8x8 concrete cell, and they had my hands up against the wall, and they were searching me, and they were going through my belongings. And one of the customs agents, she pulls out my card, and she said, "Oh, Operation Terror." That's ridiculous. And so when I finally get on the plane, I hear the pilot saying, "Oh, sorry, folks. We're running about 15 minutes later. Somebody got held up by customs, and everybody's walking to watch down the aisle there. And oh, there he is. There's the terrorist." So they put me on the terrorist watch list. And so I got the blue glove treatment every time I would get on an airplane. And the FBI did a sting operation on me after that. And it's just a severe overreach in government. And so the things that I would promote during that campaign, of course, is that we need to hold the government back to its constitutional limits. And so everything that the federal government is allowed to do it's mentioned in the Constitution. And if it's not there, they're not really allowed to do that. It's it's really up to the people themselves or to the states. And there are no constitutional federal government gun laws, for example. It's just doesn't exist. They're even banned by doing that because of the Second Amendment. But you could look at all these agencies. You could have the Department of Education. It's not constitutional. No constitutional authority there. But it's a Department of Education that educates no one. We have a Department of Transportation that transports nothing. A Department of Agriculture that grows no food. We have the Bureau of Alcohol and Firearms, which violates the Constitution every single day. And then you have what's called the Department of Defense. I mean, it used to be called the Department of War, and they changed it to Defense. It sounds better. But that's not what we're doing. We're not defending Americans when we're over there, giving billions of dollars for these countries to have these wars or being in the wars themselves. I mean, we're dropping 26,000 bombs a year on the Middle East. And, that's a bomb every 20 minutes. For what? It's these are the things that need to stop, and they need to be exposed. And that's what I want to do is when having a a libertarian that's been elected as a libertarian and has done the things that we said we're going to do, I get better media coverage than just the the average candidate that's may have gotten single digits in some race, for Congress or something. They want to hear. They want to hear the stories about what libertarians actually done in office, and and that really helps out. It helps out the credibility of the campaign. Of course, it helps out the credibility of the Libertarian Party. So yeah, I can. We can go on to questions now.
See, hopefully this mic working. No, it got
Yes,
dropped.
I can hear you.
Okay. So I know before you mentioned, and this question has kind of been raised before, about abolishing federal agencies. Is that there's a question whether that's really a power of the president, because these agencies are created by Congress. What can you do as president to neuter these agencies?
Well, the as president, you're the executive, so you're the one that has to spend the money. So I would just say that, well, okay, we're going to reduce the size of these agencies, and we're going to phase them out over the 4-year term, and they would just have budget cuts every single time. Now, Congress said that, well, no. So if you if the president doesn't spend the money that we want him to spend, then we can force him to do so. But I don't believe that's true. I would definitely challenge it on constitutional grounds, because first of all, they have no constitutional authority to have these agencies in the first place. And once these agencies are gone, then we really don't need an income tax anymore. That's the major source of funding is the federal income tax, along with inflation. And but yeah, so the executive branch can simply just keep reducing the funding for all these unconstitutional agencies.
Oh.
Whoops. All right.
I think you mentioned that you have been in libertarian politics for 30 years.
35.
35.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, that's almost as old as I am. I'm wondering if you can comment on the changes that you've seen in politics in general, and specifically politics in the Libertarian Party in that time.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed on kind of what's happened in the party. After we really built up the party after our campaign in 2000. We were over 33,000 dues-paying members in the National Party, and I think we're about a third of that now. Some of the things that are disappointing are the manipulation of the process for nomination. So, for example, in my home state of California, I was also I guess I didn't mention that one. I ran for governor in 2006 against Arnold Schwarzenegger. We were scheduled to one debate. He only agreed to one debate. NPR was going to have it up in Sacramento in the Capitol. And then my campaign manager gets a call, and it's like, I'm really sorry. We have to uninvite Mr. Olivier because Arnold Schwarzenegger will not participate in the debate if Mr. Olivier is in the debate. So that killed him. But anyway, so getting back to the Libertarian Party, this year in the state convention, in the state where I was the candidate for governor, I asked the state chair. I said, "Well, what does it take for me to be included in the debate?" And he said, "Oh, it's closed." I said, "Oh, okay." And there was no path for me to be in the debate. And then 3 days after it was closed to me, then their candidate, because the state chair is the chairman of a caucus who supports a certain candidate. So their candidate, 3 days after I was told it was closed, pays to get into the debate. And then 2 weeks after I was told that it was closed, then they invited a Green Party candidate. And so I've been in every single debate and forum that I'm allowed to speak in. But in many cases, I'm not allowed to speak. I'm told the reasons I've had so far were that we're full. We can't have any more people. It would cost too much money. It wouldn't be fair, and a couple other excuses. And so in the major states, California, Texas, New York, there's no path for me to be included in the debates. And and I don't know if you've noticed on the latest LP.org, they have a presidential straw poll, and so you have to buy your way to get into the debate. Very undemocratic. I've asked them to remove my name from there, and they haven't done so yet. And they so I'm really disappointed on the way that the party is going. And one of the big disappointments has been that if you go to lp.org and you do a search engine like lp.org and then space Pearl, you're going to find an article that is war propaganda. And this is on the lp.org website. And I've been talking to the leadership of the party for quite some time, and they agreed, yeah, that's not good. We need to take that down. It's been up for 4 months. It was on the front page of it. And it has, propaganda of like how we got into World War II, which with saying things that weren't true. Talks about the Russians and Ukraine and how Ukraine needs to get back, all those people that voted to get out of Ukraine, that we need to, to force Russia to put that back into Ukraine, because I believe that people should determine who they want for their government, and not the other way around. The government shouldn't determine who they want their people to be. And it supports the slaughter that's going on in Gaza right now, and it even says that if you support a ceasefire, you could be just as guilty as the aggressor, because you're allowing your enemy to regroup. This is just not a libertarian article by any stretch of the imagination, but yet it's there for 4 months on the lp.org website. So yeah, I'm really disappointed on the way that the party, the direction the party has gone, since I ran for vice president.
Thank you.
I think I heard you say call inflation a tax there a little bit. You have any more expansion on like Federal Reserve, U.S. dollar, kind of the $34, $35 trillion hole we've created, and how to kind of plug that?
Yeah, I think that we really need to look at who we want to pay back on that debt, that we don't have to pay it all. And I would promote that the federal government default on quite a bit of the debt. For the small investors that have bought savings bonds and such, I would give them a settlement on that. And what that would do is it would hurt the credit rating of the federal government. So the federal government would not be able to borrow so much anymore. And I don't think that's a bad deal. And I don't believe in the Federal Reserve. That I think that whole system is corrupt. If anybody really wants to learn about that, read the book. It's called "The Creature from Jekyll Island," and it talks about why we go through these booms and these busts, and who's making the money off of this, and it's not you and I. So what people need to learn about inflation. We are told that inflation is higher prices, and it's not. Higher prices are the result of inflation. Inflation is inflating the money supply. And when we overinflate the money supply, then prices go up. And so what the Federal Reserve does is they raise interest rates to try to dampen the economy, and they put people out of work, and still the economy goes south. But the real problem is inflating the money supply, and that's a big part of the federal government's budget right now is inflation.
Thank you.
Okay, the board members have been asking all the other candidates and rotating, asking the question about secession. And I'm going to butt in and but I have a different take because being a little bit older than they are, back when I was a little baby, which I don't want to get into the abortion issue, and there was a referendum for Alaska to separate in the early 80s, and a party formed called the Alaskan Independence Party. And of course, everybody says, oh, no, not independent. That's the name of the party. And it's either the federal government adheres to the 10th Amendment and the Constitution 100%, and or we secede, or no, we separate. But instead of saying we are seceding, it's more because their platform is the Constitution for the United States of America, okay, binding for the United States of America. That's the Constitution. And we would become the United State of America, and these other states, if they want to be communist or socialist, that's their business. We are granting them the right of secession. So, either way. And then if, hey, Wyoming and Montana, okay, so we got a flag with 3 stars on it or whatever. But either way, it means a separation. What would your stance be on either a secession or a granting of secession or a separation by means when a state says this federal government has become destructive to the purpose it was designed for? We are actually following the instructions in it, either abolish or separate from it to break the ties that bind. What would be, let's say in Alaska this came up again. Actually, wait a minute. Other countries, this almost happened. It almost happened with Quebec or Scotland. But coming back to Alaska, what is your position then on a state's right to separate one way or the other?
Well, and it happened in Yugoslavia. I mean, that was a good example.
Yeah.
Fortunately, Slovenia didn't have to have any bloodshed, and they were able to separate from Yugoslavia. And yeah, I think that if you join an organization, you have every right to unjoin that organization. Almost everything that the federal government does now is either worthless or destructive. So in order for the federal government, I think, to entice the states not to secede would be to follow the Constitution. End the endless wars, and get control of the debt, get rid of all the unconstitutional agencies. And if we did that, there would be no reason to secede from the union. But you know, I would I support every state's right to secede from the union.
You're correct, because that could also put the federal government on notice. They don't have a captive audience anymore. They have to keep their customer. Yeah. Okay, no, I understand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, Art, that brings us to the end of our half hour. Thank you so much for joining us twice today.
Yeah, I was a little early that first time, wasn't I? All right. Well, thank you. And I love Alaska too. Been up there a couple of times. We were just up there a couple of years ago. Yeah. All right. Thank you.